No, that's fine.
No, this one. No, the small one.
The small one?
The small one, I think Muhammad touched there.
Here?
As far as I remember, yes.
Here?
Yes.
Maybe. No.
I think the next one. Choose this one.
يعني بنجرب
No,
ما
it has
بعرف.
nothing to do with it.
No, we'll wait one of the friends.
هو اسمه محمد.
No, we'll change it this year.
Well, I'm going to doesn't appear.
This glass.
No, no, no.
Ah.
No.
لا هو لازم يتم اختيار هذا، هي هذا نفسها.
No, this does not work.
هي لازم يختار دبل.
ما في مشكلة كده كويس.
لا لا لا.
Well, Muhammad knew how to fix it yesterday. He had the same problem
And I
yesterday.
say my computer I say yesterday بس maybe something capital B.
Where is Muhammad?
Okay, no problem.
Well, we have tried every possible position and it didn't work.
We'll click in here. What's this?
No, this is to move.
To move,
No, 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 no. We don't know what is happening. No, if you do that, disappear like this, but it doesn't. Not in the screen.
Screen.
It loses the signal in the screen. We don't know what is happening. Okay. I found a way to do it. This is not the standard, but I know that I can do it in this way if needed.
issue of the Athirot journal has just been published online. So now you can all go to the website and you'll find the first issue with all the papers, and everyone can go there, read it, download without a paywall, without anything. It's open for everyone. So please enjoy reading it. We were hoping to have print issues here, but the issue only went to the printer on last Friday, so we were not able to get any print issues. But we're very happy to share the online version. So please go visit the website, enjoy reading, and submit your papers for the journal. This is a very celebratory moment. I'm happy that it happens while we're here together. Muhammad did all the work.
This information, you can download what you want. 20 articles, 10 in Arabic and 10 in English. And the whole is about 360 pages, the first volume. It's a double issue. Thanks, Abdul Raouf, for the cooperation. It is really good. We worked hard on this, but we have the results now. Okay, thank you.
And if you can't wait for the email, the short link is real.com/ATHR. Real.com/ATHR. But don't start reading, you have to listen to the presentation.
Okay. Sorry for the delay. We thought that's clear for all of us that we start 8:30, but seems to be that there were misunderstanding in the issue. So we maybe our program stayed as it is, but it will be with little changes in the time. Okay, thank you.
Muhammad mentioned that we shall start already.
Okay, good morning, everybody. As you know, as Dr. Maraktan said, we will start a little bit later today. I welcome all of you, although we're missing some people because they thought it was at 9 o'clock. I welcome all of you on behalf of the Athirot Journal, which is the organizer of this seminar. Of course, this is for the general audience, which we don't have yet. So, Athirot Journal is sponsored by Hassan bin Muhammad for the studies of ancient Arabia. Our guest today is, our keynote speaker today is Juan Antonio Belmonte Avils. He is an astrophysicist by training and publisher and did a lot of work in astrophysics. And he is also works in archaeoastronomy. And he will show us today an example of that, how to get information about ancient nations using techniques which are not really available to the, if you want to say, like the regular archaeologist. So basically, he uses heaven to or heaven objects to learn about ancient civilizations, their culture, and what they were doing in their history. Dr. Juan is the author of more than 400 papers, both in physics, pure physics, and also archaeoastronomy, if I say that. And he's also the author of like about 20 books in various subjects. So I will welcome Dr. Monte here, and so please you can start.
Okay. Thank you, Ishan, and thank you to the organizers for counting on me. It is a pleasure to be here with such a huge group of outstanding scholars. I am a bit scared, actually, to talk to you because you are a specialist in epigraphy. As Hisham mentioned, I am an astronomer by training, although for the last 30 years I have been working in cultural astronomy, which is now my main research topic. To do that, we have a project which is called Orientatio ad Sidera in Latin, so orientation to the stars, which has been running for the last 20 years. We have worked in many countries around the world, but our most important area is the Middle East, especially Egypt is my main field, but also in the Arabian Peninsula. This is the topic I will touch today. I have been collaborating with archaeologists from Italy, archaeologists from Spain, and also from Saudi Arabia in the last years, and this has given me let's say, a good training to deal with all these aspects. So this is the skin of my presentation today. First, I will do a short introduction, then I will briefly discuss Nabatean deities because most of you should know that. Then the historic sources, the ethnographic sources, the Nabatean written sources, and then I will analyze the pilgrim routes and the hierophanies that we have been studying in the last few years. I will end with the Nabatean cultic calendar, which is the object of this presentation, and the calendar of Hirben Tannur. Well, most of you know Arabia. I don't need to explain anything about it, about the traveler's route in which Petra had a very special place. The Nabateans for a kingdom that lasted for 2 centuries in very good shape, dominating all northwest Arabia, the Sinai Peninsula, and part of what is today Jordan. And they had a dynasty, a very well-established dynasty. The first test date from the kingdom of Obodas I, and most of the inscriptions are dated to Aretas IV and Meliko II. The kingdom ended, but not the Nabatean cultural aspect, because of the annexation. Actually, the coins mention Adquisita, so Nabatea was never conquered. It was directly annexed by Emperor Trajan in the year 106 AD. Okay, so we will start our discussion on the different places. The main objective of this presentation will be Petra, Freken in Nabatea, a marvelous city in the middle of the mountains of Syria, with a splendid access, monumental access, as you may know, the Sikh, where there are a lot of relevant monuments and a lot of relevant aspects for the Nabatean cultures. And they have mostly, they have a couple most of the representation were in Betils. In Betils, in which we have representation of Dushara, the main deity of the Nabatean pantheon, also of Al-Qutba. Sometimes they are confused, but not always. And probably Dushara has a certain celestial aspect because he is mentioned in Egra as the one who separates night from day. This is a clear astronomical mention. And then the feminine aspect of the deity were the goddess Al-Utha, so the most powerful one, and the goddess Al-Lat, which were variously identified with various deities of the Middle East and the East in general. And sometimes they are even confused between each other. So that Healy wrote a few years ago that it seems that the Nabatean deity basically has two main deities, a female one and a male one. Although there are, of course, representation of many other deities. For example, these very strange betiles with three different betiles all together that we have made the interpretation that this is basically the representation, well, not us, I mean, a lot of people has interpreted them as a representation of the goddess Manawat, the goddess of fate, which could be related to the moon. So then to Tike, and possibly the most famous representation we have of her is the one in Hirbet Tanur. Okay? The nectorious sources that we have analyzed, Strabo, they worship the sun. This is pretty obvious from the text. Then Lucianus, that they held great festival. One of it was the opening of the spring. Then Procopius, it was mentioned by his son yesterday, that the season of the solstice was also relevant for them. Then we had the famous text by Nonosus, cited by Pothius, in which we had a very important astronomical information, because they argue that they gather twice each year. One of that moments was when the sun passes through the sign of Aries. This is clearly the equinoctial, the spring equinox, but also they celebrate for 2 months after the summer solstice. So we have two key moments in the festivals in the area. We also learned that the new moon was the beginning of their months. To judge by these different aspects, Healy suggested that there was a connection between annual spring festivals, aspect of pilgrimage, and also, I would add, solstitial aspect related to that. Some of the most important references come from the 4th century, so it's still when the province of Arabia was active. They came from Jerome, but the most important is from Epiphanius of Salamis, who was a native. He was born in Beit Ibrin, and he argued that there was a very great festival for the greatest goddess of the pantheon, in which a child was born. This born was the god Tushara, and this happened the very night of the Epiphany, so at the beginning of January of the Gregorian calendar. So this suggests that there were also celebrations related probably to the first months or something like that after the winter solstice. Also, Epiphanius mentioned one very nice, there is one very important notice about a special month that was called Agat al-Baith, with a certain parallelism with Dual Hijjah, in which they had a pilgrimage which corresponds to the month of Tisri. Tisri is the first month after the autumn equinox in this case. So we have a lot of information related to the solstices and the equinoxes, relevant astronomical key points of the yearly cycle in the sources that can be even traced to today. Important studies were made at the beginning of the 20th century in the area of Petra, suggesting that Jebel Harun was a very important referent with the Bedouins, so that, for example, they even bury Muslim deaths facing Mount Harun instead of the direction of the Qibla, which is a very peculiar fact, actually. And it is has been argued that they had festivals at the beginning of October and in the spring, and the most important references came from the anthropologist Taufik Kanan. Yes, if I can approach it. Taufik Kanan, who argued that twice in the year they gather to make, to offer their prayers and war to God, and this they did going to the top of Jebel Harun, and they did it twice. One in February. I would probably argue that this is related to the month after the winter solstice, and the second during the grape season. This was called the Darb and Nabi Harun. This pilgrimage was very important. They went out from Algi to the Wadi Musa, they cross Asik, they cross the ruins of Batra, and then they go to the top of the mountain in that epoch. They even sang a very strange poem in which Harun was associated with a sort of a star, or even with as the father of planets. So there are a way of astronomical connections in all the ethnographic aspects that we can find in Petra. So there are a lot of connections between the city, the deities, and astronomical dates. So we thought it was important to analyze also the written sources to see what they mention. The most important written sources are not found in Petra. They are found farther south, in the city of Egra, in today Saudi Arabia, where close to the marvelous oasis of Al-Ula, one of the most beautiful places I have ever seen. To the north of the oasis, you have the city of Egra, the southern capital of the Nabateans, where the solar clock that is the emblem of our conference was located, and the inscriptions are written in Nabatean, well, actually in Aramaic Nabatean, and several of them are dated, and the month is mentioned, and the year of the reign of the king is also mentioned. So 7 months are known from these inscriptions, and from that we can identify what kind of calendar the Nabateans had. We know that the Babylonian calendar started in the 4th month after the vernal equinox. This was the month of Nisan. And the Nabateans possibly used this calendar, but we are not sure if they started in Nisan or 6 months later in Tisri. We will see that possibly the question is that there were 2 aspects of a new year, that you cannot mention exactly a clear beginning of the year. You have the same in the case of the Hebrew, because in this case, year from Nisan to Tisri in the 4th century AD, so close to the moment, to a moment that we are discussing also today. So in descriptions of Egra, the months that are most cited are Nisan, Iyar, Bab, and Thebet, so related possibly to the spring equinox, to the summer solstice, and to the winter solstice. Tisri is not mentioned in any inscription in Nabatean as far as I know, but in any case we know, thank you to the ethnographic sources and to the ethnohistoric sources, that it was also a relevant month for them. So with this information in mind, we may discuss this possibility of a double new year, and we'll see that our research confirms this fact. So we came with our astronomical fieldwork in the region. We have worked in most of the Nabatean sites in what is today Jordan. Of course, Petra was our main objective. We visited and measured most of the largest buildings in the city, from high places to important monuments. We even reached quite difficult sites on top of the hills, most of the high places in different mountains. And this is the polar diagram of orientation that we got, which has a typical form of the Malta cross. The Malta cross is a typical form for astronomical orientations, because it is related to a preferred north-south orientation and an orientation east-west. And this is basically what we have found. Here you have another way of representing the data, is what we call the declination histogram. I will not go into the astronomical details. Just have a look at this important peak in the middle, which is associated to the equinox. So we predicted that in several places in Petra, there should have been connection to the equinoxes. And I will show you some of them. For example, in Almadras, who was a very important neighborhood of Petra, it was sacred. There are a lot of sacred places on site. There are high places. There are places to put beetles everywhere. And from the most important sacred area, you have a clear connection to Jebel Harun. We have been there at the equinox, and this photograph was taken exactly at the equinox. So you have sunset exactly on the top of Jebel Harun. Actually, the sun sets behind the Harun Shirin. So this is, for us, a very clear connection. But this is not the only one. I mean, we have another ones, for example, in the famous Jebel Matbah. We have on the one side the famous obelisk, the Sif Atuf. They are also equinoxially oriented, as we could test it on site on 2 occasions. We have been there on 2 occasions. In this case, the orientation works better to sunrise than to sunset. And the obelisks are not oriented to Jebel Harun. However, the altar on top of Jebel Matbah is orientated to Jebel Harun. So there's a connection of the Nabatean monuments also to the top of Jebel Harun. And when this happens, curiously, in October, so in the month of Tisri. So there are also connections between the monuments in Petra and possibly the month of Tisri, although we couldn't find any evidence in the written sources of the Nabateans about this month. Another very important place is, of course, the Ur tomb. The Ur tomb is thought to be the tomb of one of the Nabatean kings. We don't know which one, but it has a clear astronomical connection. The principal axis is orientated to sunset at the equinoxes of al-Biyara. We have been there, we have tested, it works perfectly. Actually, you can test it with high precision. But even more, there are connections to the winter solstice sunset in one of the corners of the monument and to the summer solstice sunset on the other corner. Actually, if you see the geometry of the tomb, it is built in such a way that the sunset is always visible from some place of the interior of the tomb. So it is perfectly oriented in this way. And it is very funny because from the Christian aspect, you have orientation to Christmas, Easter, and St. John. And this could be a justification of why the Ur tomb was converted into the Cathedral of Petra by Bishop Jason exactly on June 24 of 447. So this relationship of the astronomical and Christian calendar to the pattern of the tomb could justify this assimilation as the cathedral. There are another 2 important peaks in the declination histogram. These are related to the solstices, so we also decided to investigate this. And the most, and I will show you the best example that we have. We think that it is related to a pilgrimage route from the center of the city to the top of the hills. It would have started in the Winged Lion Temple. The Winged Lion Temple was possibly the temple of Alusa, the main temple of Alusa in Petra. It has a curious orientation because it is orientated to Suhail, so to the most important star for the Arabs of the epoch. And actually, it was built in such a way that you had the possibility of circumambulation around the main sanctuary of the temple. So you have a similarity to Kaaba. You have an orientation to Canopus, as Kaaba had, and also you have this custom that Muslims still follow today. So there are traditions that we can follow since very ancient times. This was possibly the origin of the way up to the mountains. There should have been a first stop in a place called the Lion's Triclinium. The Lion's Triclinium is called in this way because there are representation of lions in the outside. And in our second campaign in Petra, we predicted that sunrise at the winter solstice must be visible for the interior of the sanctuary. And the rest of the year, the sunrise will never illuminate the monument. So we went there with a team of the Irish television, and we were able to observe this marvelous phenomenology. So the sun at sunrise in the winter solstice crosses by the small window. Imagine that the rest is erosion, so only the circular oculus will be present, and the sun crosses that point, and then it illuminates the niche where the statue of the deity should have been located. So this is at sunrise. If you proceed to the top of the mountain, then you reach the most important place in Petra, at there, the monastery. We have been there 4 occasions. We predicted in 1996 that it would have been orientated to winter solstice sunset, and we went back to Petra on 2 occasions to check it. And the situation is really marvelous. I mean, in the altar, there are strong evidence that there was a betyl of a Nabatean deity that possibly cut when it was converted into a monastery by the Christian occupiers of the city. And this is what we found in one of our campaigns. So that when the sun sets, it perfectly illuminates the place of the altar. Actually, I have discussed this with Professor McKinsey, who died just a few years ago. And we argued that the whole interior structure of Adair was sculpted within the mountain in such a way that this phenomenology could be produced, so that the gate would fit exactly the size of the altar at the moment of sunset in the winter solstice. Furthermore, if you locate at the place of the altar, what you would see in front of you is this very nice rock, which looks like the shape of the head of a lion. The lion is the animal related to Alusa, and on occasions also to Allah. And you have a very impressive phenomena because you have a double sunset. So the sun sets first on the top there, and then it rises again, and then it sets for a second time. This is very peculiar because this is a perfect marker for the solstice. The solstice normally happens for a week or so that the sun moves very slowly. But with such a precision marker, you can have the solstice with a precision of 2 or 3 days. Actually, what they did is that they sculpted the mountain to have this phenomenology, because the originality was not there. And we associate this relationship with the citation of Epiphanius of the day of the Epiphany, so close to the winter solstice, related to the birth of Dushara. So we imagine that this was the place when this festival, where this festival was celebrated. To me, this is something, probably the most impressive aspect that we have discovered so far in Nabatea. The relationship of a pilgrimage road from the center of the city to Adair, possibly connected to the birth of Dushara from Alusa or from his cum consort Alusa. Every theory that you propose every scientific theory needs a falsification. So you need to test it somewhere else. So since at least 15 years ago, we wanted to go to Saudi Arabia. We wanted to test our theory in Egra. So finally, 2 years ago, we managed to organize a project. It's the Arcastronomy mission in Egra and Dadan, well, actually in Alula, under the umbrella of the Royal Commission of Alula. And we went there. We measured the orientation of most of the important places in the region, And the most important for us, because we would have a strong statistical significance, were the tombs. So we concentrated in the tombs. We analyzed the inscriptions, each of them, the relationship with the calendar, also the iconography. We strongly believe that the iconography of Nabatean's tombs is related to astronomy, because the number 12 is repeated everywhere in the symbology of the site. So we measured a total of 116 tombs, most of the necropolis. I mean, only the ones that we have to climb with cords, these were the only ones that we decided, and most of them are not of Nabatean time. Probably they are even earlier, from the Dadanite period. We worked in all the different necropolis, and last year we published a paper on that. The first thing we tested was the hypothesis 0, in which Leila Nehme, who has been excavated marvelously for 2 decades in Egra, she has done an excellent job, but she argued that apparently the tombs were facing the center of the city. Actually, they don't. They don't. The center of the city is around this structure IGN 132, and you can easily see that the tombs are facing in some other direction. And this direction is predominantly astronomical. Actually, if you only consider the tomb with dates, or the tombs with the representation of an eagle, which are normally associated to Dushara, the orientation are clearly concentrated in the solar arc, between sunrise and sunset along the year. With this in mind, we also produce another way of representing the polar diagram, is this one in which you can see the concentrations, where the concentrations are located. And you have a concentration at the winter solstice, so in some way we confirm our results in Petra. And we have here 2 models, in yellow and red, which are related to the crescents of Nisan. So in some way, the tombs of Egra, the month which is most cited in description is Nisan, and this is to the moonset. Sorry, no, I mentioned sun. It's to the moon. It's to the moon of Nisan, the orientation. The models represent the moon of Nisan. So in some way, we can confirm that Nisan actually was important, not only because of the descriptions, but also because of the orientation of the tombs. That is confirming what we have previously imagined. So in that sense, there is also a strong concentration due south, which we have speculated it might be connected to Canopus as a relevant star for the Nabateans. So with this, we can produce a sort of Nabatean cultic calendar, in which we will have several relevant moments, that the full moon of Nisan after the spring equinox, the first crescent after the spring equinox, the first crescent after the summer solstice, the first crescent after the autumn equinox, the one in Tisri. This is not in the orientation of the tombs, but we have other evidences about it, especially related to this month of Agat al-Bayt, and of course the winter solstice, associated to the birth of Dushara. So these are the basic points, but we still have one point to discuss. One thing that puzzled us, well, we can confirm that the Nabatean kingdom retained a lunisolar calendar of Babylonian type of the Seleucid period. But we had one point that was relevant. As I mentioned before, in the year 106, Nabatea was acquisita by Emperor Trajan, and it was converted in a Roman province. If you look at the maps of the Roman Empire in all the books, they are wrong, because they normally settle the frontier of the Roman Empire close to Petra, but we know that the Romans were in Egra for at least 200 years. There are strong evidences, archaeology has demonstrated that they were there for at least 2 centuries. So the frontiers should be moved farther south. And most important, they imposed a new calendar. And we imagine that this calendar is related to the Hirbet and Tanur zodiac. Originally, this had been the zodiac, this had been called a zodiac. Hirbet Tanur, the ancient name was Hurawa, may have been a center of pilgrimage, possibly even a national shrine. It is close to Wadi al-Hassa, which split the south of Jordan, and it was connected to another sanctuary to the south called Hirbet Edari today, and in ancient times it was called Ain al-Leban. So there was a pilgrimage route between the two of them. We know that festival was celebrated on the top of Hirbet Tanur. Here you have the hill where the temple is located, with an excellent view of the wadi. Now there is a dam there. And this is a skin of the temple, as reproduced by the team of Judith McKinsey in his marvelous book about this place, because the original excavator, Nelson Glueck, never published the results, which is a pity, but this was the case. And of course, the most famous piece that was found in Hirbet Tanur is the zodiac. And I put zodiac between commas. I will show you later why. Okay? The top part were discovered by Glueck. The lower one was found in a house decades after, and nobody knows how it reached this house. So, but it perfectly fits with the upper one. Okay, so here you have the detail of this piece with TK in the middle, maybe also among goddess of the period. And here you have the zodiacal signs. If you see, it is not exactly a zodiac because, for example, Aries and Capricornus are not represented. There are human representations where these zodiacal signs would be expected, which is itself peculiar in some sense. So what is the best interpretation for this? Associated to the zodiac, there are a series of dots, okay? When the piece was excavated from the stone, 5 dots were left in different places as marking that this was something important. So when people imagine that this was a zodiac, they imagine that this could be the location of the planets. So it could be a horoscope in some way. Okay, so the best cultural astronomers of the epoch, included my old friend Owen Gingerich from Harvard University, did the job, and he found that for 4 of the dots there were clear associations, and he predicted that the planet Saturn should be in Pisces. Another work was made by Stallman, and he, in this case, he also found a very good fitting for another date. Both dates were too early, actually, because we now know that the temple was built during the Roman era. And he predicted that Jupiter should be in Aquarius. The problem is that when the piece below was found, there were nothing at all of a dot in that position. So the astronomical hypothesis collapsed. Okay? So then, if it is not a horoscope, this is not a zodiac. What is it? We believe that it is connected with the calendar. Actually, when we analyze the orientation of the main temple, we discovered that it is orientated to the new year in the era of Arabia, which is close to the equinox, not exactly at the equinox. It's 3 days before the astronomical equinox. Okay? And that then, when the Nabatean calendar was converted into a solar one of Egyptian type, similar to the one using both the Babylonian names and also the Greek names of the Seleucid Empire, then you will have some structure like this. So the zodiacal signs should not be interpreted as zodiac themselves, but as months. And then in these months, if you reproduce the dots, they are exactly at the most important festivals of the Nabatean cultic calendar. So the zodiac of Hirbet Tanur is actually not a zodiac, but an almanac. It is a sort of almanac which the people will know that in these months they should gather at the place, because they should celebrate their most important festivals associated to Nisan, associated to Siwan, which is actually the summer solstice. Siwan, we don't know exactly which one is it, but Ab associated to the summer solstice, and of course Tebet associated to the birth of Dushara. This might explain why there is the image of a young boy at the side of Capricornus, because then it would be related to the birth of Dushara, the celebration of the birth of Dushara on site. So in some way, we can see that what we have is a sort of lunar festivities within a solar Julian framework. So pretty similar what today the Christian have. I mean, we have Easter, which is governed by the moon within a solar framework. So in some way, they did exactly the same in Nabatea. The question is that this, which is very similar to the Greek and Roman parapekma, this did not follow in time, because we know that the Islamic era brought a lunar calendar. So the calendars of the Nabatean, in some way of the Nabatean during the Roman era, was somehow forgotten. We don't know why, we don't know in which sense, but it was completely forgotten afterwards. And now to end my presentation, I had a sort of desert for our Jordan colleagues. I don't know if they are connected today, because one of the monuments that we also studied in Petra, this is, was of course Al-Hazna. Al-Hazna, we now know that it was related possibly with the goddess Isis, and in that way it was connected also to Al-Usa and even to Shakulat, the wife of Aretas IV. And when we measure it, we discovered that it is possibly orientated to the extreme northernmost rising of the full moon, with what is called the lunastice, the major northern lunastice. And by chance, in December this year, we will have this phenomenon. So if any of you might be in Petra at that night, you might see the rising of the full moon from the center, from the gate of Al-Hadna, rising exactly over a Sikh, which should be a very, very nice phenomenon. There are another moon phenomena in the city, for example, at the Sikh al-Majin, but unfortunately we cannot be there because probably we will be in Egra doing fieldwork during that period, but this is something worth testing. And that's all. This is my presentation. I hope you have enjoyed it. Thank you very much. And I think we still have time for questions, and we would be in time.
Thank you so much. I'm sure you can hear me. If there are any questions, thank you for the great presentation. Questions? Yeah, I'm asking for questions. Are there any questions?
You don't believe me, or
We understand you.
you understand?
We know how to say this up. Juan? Okay. I met him in emails and his papers about from 2016. Besides this information, I mean, this is how I had the idea to see if the Islamic Hajj, not Islamic Hajj, the pre-Islamic Hajj, had any relationship to that. And that's why, since then I know him. He's very generous. I mean, if you want to have any information, he really taught me so much from his work.
I think Michal has a question.
Yes, thank you very much. Can you show the chart again? It was yellow and red and high percentages.
Ah.
I didn't understand the percentages.
The percentages is not percentage. It's the degree of credibility of the point. It's an statistical calculation. Which one? Ah, you mean this one? Ah. Okay, fine. Here you have the azimuth, which is the orientation, okay? Azimuth is the orientation from north all the way around 360 degrees to north again, okay? So south would be 180. This is why I mentioned that there is a peak to the south, perhaps related to Suhail. So then you have the dot lines. The dot lines are the equinoxes, okay? East and west. Is sunrise and sunset at the equinoxes, okay? So then the yellow is a model of the crescent after the spring equinox. So the crescent of Nisan, okay? And the red is the last crescent of Nisan. So it is facing in this case, to the east, and the last crescent of a month, you can see it on the east, not on the west, okay? And then with that, you can predict the arrival of Iyar, the second month, which was also important, as we have seen in the Egra inscriptions. So in some way, you have a confirmation by the orientation of the tombs that these were important periods of their history. And then you have this third statistically significant peak exactly at sunrise at the winter solstice.
So we are in this is so to say a complete circle, 360 degrees, correct?
Yes.
Of a precise building, correct?
This is the orientation of the axis of the tomb. If you put in the axis of the tomb and you look outside, this is the orientation that you have here.
Last question once again. The red one, why is it so high? It reaches up to 4.
Because there are more tombs orientated in that way. Is the frequency. What you have here is the normalized reference frequency. Each point that is above 3 times that number will have a confidence of 99% credibility. I mean, it is not random for sure. For example, the one above the yellow model is at 2.8. It means that it has a confidence of about 90%. So there is a 10% probability that this is produced by chance. But actually we don't believe it because it has the typical double structure related to the moon. The moon is a very strange celestial body. They do funny things because the orbit of the moon makes like this, you see? So every peak associated to the moon would be double. Either very white or clearly double. So we believe this is also associated to the moon. And see, it's almost reproduced the model for the crescent of Nisan. We strongly believe that we are correct in that.
Is there another question or? It is coffee break now then. Okay, thank you so much. Actually, today, if you told to the Bedouins, they have no idea at all. Actually, on the second, when I went with the Irish television team, our representative on site had been the director of the Petra archaeological site for a long time, and he was
source of a family of veterans. So I discussed a lot with him about it, and he has no idea at all. Actually, he diverted me to another guy of strike. Who has very funny ideas, but nothing to do with the tradition. We have the same problem in Canada. I told you before, the people that gave us information were people of 17 to 18 years old. Their siblings are working class. So they don't have votes for agriculture anymore. Yes. Yes.
ربط لحظة نجيبوا شوية هذا. Trois, deux, un. ها؟ ما يمكنش حيت الكابل قصير. حيت واحد اصاحبي. ايوا راه الصوت ما كيتسمعش، هو واقف هنايا والصوت هنايا. ما كاينش اصاحبي. ما كاينش اخاي، ما كاينش يبغيو، حنا اللي كنبغيو. Yes, you can. Okay. لا هذا نجيبوه هنا. فيها ان شاء الله.
ça marche. Voilà, attends. On va voir, s'il vous plaît. On vérifie quand même. Got it, don't. Barra. Juste vérifier, est-ce que c'est ce que est-ce que c'est j'ai ajouté ce matin? Oui. Voilà. On ferme ça. Toi maintenant, Yvonne, lequel?
On a Gaïda, mais le 2.
Voilà, tu vois, c'est Gaïda.
C'est comme en espagnol, comme en allemand, on prononce.
C'est mis de la musique, on va ajouter la musique générique. Oui.
Quoi, musique? C'est quoi, c'est bizarre, tu peux l'ouvrir? Parce que moi, une fois, j'ai pas essayé et ça fait des trucs laissés à organiser.
C'est le deuxième ou le premier?
Non, non, PDF. À chaque titre, ça m'est collé un truc qui n'était pas visible.
PDF.
Non, c'est pour ça que moi aussi, je fais toujours le PDF, parce que on sait jamais.
Voilà, Marc m'a dit, mais il faut faire toujours le PDF.
Et voilà, vérifie ton truc.
Mais tu peux le mettre en diaporama, parce que
non,
ça, c'est...
faut payer.
C'est
l'autre,
d'accord, je peux payer, mais...
c'est là, ça.
Mais c'est un PDF ou c'est un...
C'est un PDF.
Non, mais mets-moi un PowerPoint, s'il te plaît. Ferme le PDF, s'il te plaît.
Tu veux PDF?
C'est très bien, PDF.
Je te conseille PDF, c'est mieux. Pourquoi?
Non, je vais faire un PowerPoint. Si ça marche.
Si tu es à l'écriture, il va tout...
Non, mais mets le PDF, on verra. Parce que, voilà, et maintenant,
voilà, alors, excuse-moi, je...
Qu'est-ce que tu fais? Ah oui, pour qu'elle aille surmettre le sien d'abord. Mais qu'est-ce que tu fais?
Je mets sur le bureau.
Mais il était déjà dans le dossier. Tu fais beaucoup de bazar. Bah, fais...
Alors.
Mets-le à l'essieu parce qu'il n'a pas le temps de tout. Moi, je ne peux pas le tester.
Alors, vas-y, alors j'enlève ça.
Tu es trop gentil parce que tu m'as passé ton ordi.
Mais non,
tu l'as éjecté. Après, si tu as terminé, si je peux juste jeter un coup sur le mien parce que ça me stresse.
On voit tout. Oui, les raids peut-être. Ah non, les couloirs ici. Il avait des couleurs, mais comment?
Ça sort pas les couleurs. Peut-être Mounir a raison. Là, ça sort.
C'est un peu différent quand même. De toute façon. Ah, tu dois essayer, toi, les tiennes?
Je vais essayer juste comment ça marche.
C'est où? Ici?
Non. Oui, c'est ça. Si tu veux mettre le diaporama, s'il te plaît. Oui, ça a l'air bien.
Il y a le diacritique. Le diacritique qui marche. Oh.
Oui, normalement
Ça va?
Oui, merci beaucoup.
Donc nous allons commencer. Voilà Mounir, Ivona, vous rejoignez la table. Donc le premier orateur va être Alessio Agostini, qui vient de l'Université de Rome. Il a étudié... pardon? Français. Il a étudié en partie en France, où il a fait un séjour d'une année au CNRS, et il a participé à de nombreuses missions de terrain, de la mission italienne, avec le professeur Alessandro de Maigret, plus près, avec le professeur Alessandro de Maigret, notamment sur le site de Tamna, dans le Wadi Behan, dans le royaume de Kataban, et sur le site de Marrakech, au Yémen. Et donc je lui cède la parole pour nous parler précisément du calendrier dans le royaume de Maïn, qu'il a tout particulièrement étudié.
Merci beaucoup. First of all, good morning to everybody, and my thanks goes to Hassan bin Mohammed Center, of course, and to Mohammed Merakten for his kind invitation, and to have suggested also this interesting topic, which I had great pleasure to address. My communication on dating systems and calendars among the Minians is divided into three parts. In the first, I will discuss the systems of dating referring to rulers, as well as those using eponyms. Then I will briefly point out how the division of seasons was conceived. And finally, I will discuss what we know about the Minian annual calendar and its division of months, also considering new information coming from the recently published Minaic documents in Zabur script. It is important to note that it will not always possible to distinguish the evidence relating to the pre-Manian, historically speaking, or Madhabian phase from the proper Manian phase, but I will attempt to do so when appropriate. So, throughout the first millennium BCE, before the era systems were conceived in South Arabia, the dating system was set up mainly through eponyms, as we know, was real function beyond the association with a particular temporal sequence we know very little about. As already pointed out by Beeston a few years ago, it seems rather surprising that a dating system associated with the successive regnal years of the sovereigns was not systematically established in South Arabia. This would not have been any more difficult given how frequently kings are mentioned, at least in South Arabian public monumental inscriptions. However, the Manian region itself offers a partial exception. We are unaware if this is due to internal or foreign inspiration. In the Jove area, in fact, several inscriptions present a temporal link to the reigning monarch, without, however, specifying the year of the reign. For instance, they state that such a construction or dedication or offering was made biom, that is, in the day or at the time of a particular ruler. Or of the 40 or so inscriptions that show this formula, selected also with the help of the DASI database, we see that the vast majority are archaic, hence Madhabian. The inscriptions, the provenance of which we know, mostly come from Karnaw, but also from Kamna, Haram, and Nashan, when they were still independent, and they refer to local rulers, although not all of them, as we see here in the list, are mentioned with a royal title. Moreover, inscriptions from the second half of the first millennium BCE that employ this formula are significantly fewer. There are only roughly a dozen of instances, and they are distinguished by the orthographic variant marking the designator of the state construct and in a couple of cases also the word Yom, as we see here, appears in scriptio defectiva without the medial waw. In certain instances, this temporal indicator occurs in the middle of the text rather than at the end, depriving it of the prominent place that such information is typically expected to occupy. As many as 3 of the few instances that at this time use this formula come from Alula, making the record from the motherland even more rare. The sarcophagus of Saqqara is one of the most important inscriptions in which this formula appears. It states that the deceased Minian merchant was conducting big business in Egypt in the time of Ptolemy, the son of Ptolemy, which appears to be an exact replica of the formula found in the earliest Minoic inscriptions. It is noteworthy, though, that the text ends with a more exact date, expressed instead according to the local custom, month of Hoyak in the year 22 of Ptolemy the king. The well-known inscription from the walls of Barakish that shows the Minian-Katabanian synchronism may be the final example of this temporal specification. It can be argued that this tradition first emerged in the Jove city-states at the beginning of the first millennium, but it only persisted in a small number of monumental inscriptions during the Minian kingdom's apogee. Naturally, the mention of sovereigns continued throughout Minoic inscriptions, but only in dedication or invocation, lacking any temporal significance, though they are, of course, of great chronological insignificance to us. This chronological reference to the monarch is occasionally supplemented in some archaic inscriptions by the identification of an eponym, which quickly emerged as the primary dating method. In the Minian context, this is entrusted to the office called Kabir, which literally means great. It must have had essentially administrative rather than religious purposes, given its frequent association with city names or public activities. The indication of the Kabirate in the monumental texts does not appear to have a set form. It may be introduced by a temporal phrase, Yom Kabir, or through a relative phrase, Du Kabira, or simply by a preposition. The indication of the Kabir thus serves to identify a given period, presumably 1 year, but sometimes the month can also be specified when a more precise dating is needed. We shall go back to this at the end. The function of the Kabir could, however, be renewed at least for a second term, and in this case it is specified whether the eponym is at the first year of his Kabirate or at the second with the number ثاني. There is also one case, but is not very clear, Haram 11 here, where probably the eponym served 3 years. The use of the eponym with the title Kabir seems specific to the Manian area, since it does not occur elsewhere in South Arabia, even though the title was still known, and as in Saba and Kataban, for instance, but there the eponym is usually referred to as Harif. Regarding this, an intriguing feature of the non-Sabaic stick inscriptions from the Jove Valley is that, in accordance with the Sabaean custom, only the Harif eponym is mentioned, rather than the eponym Kabir. Additionally, it should be mentioned that most of these documents, roughly 25 in total, fall within palographic stages that span most of the central part of the first millennium BC. However, few of these documents are archaic, and some of them also exhibit Sabaic influences on a linguistic level, suggesting that this type of eponymate may actually be of Sabaean origin. The nomenclature also varies from the one employed in the monumental texts dated by Kabir eponyms. The word Arat, for example, is occasionally used in conjunction with the Harif, which hypothetically may indicate an additional term of office. It is also occasionally used in Sabaik inscriptions, again in connection with the harif, and is frequently understood as deputy, eponym, or substitute, but the meaning of this term is not clear at all for the moment. From a first analysis of the stick documentation in Minaic languages, emerges that individuals serving as harif eponym do not show onomastic comparisons with those that we find mentioned as kabir in the monumental documentation. But it is noticeable that among the eponym harif, some members of the Faran lineage are mostly recurring. It is likely, in fact, that there were two distinct offices, the kabir and the harif, especially if we consider that the two documents, Musnad and Zabur, usually pertain to two alternative contexts, dedication and public activities as far as the monumental texts are concerned, legal or economic records of private relevance in the case of the text on sticks. Now, a brief interlude devoted to the seasons, where I take up some information I have already presented in my 2020 article on seasonal offerings. On that occasion, I had studied the arrangement of the offertory tables in the two temples of Barakish, Nakrach and Athar Dukabt, that have seasonal names, observing how the alternation of seasons reflected in the religious ritual and consequently in the organization of the space in both temples. In the temple dedicated to Athar Dukabt, it was in fact possible to bring to light all four offertory tables that occupy most of the hypostyle hall in front of the central cella, organized into as many cenacles. Each of these tables has on its frontal side an ibex frieze and a label designating the season whose harvest was plausibly to be offered at that corresponding table. The first two terms are well known, particularly Kharif, autumn, which is also connected to the major summer rainfall. As Biston well explained, this term also came to refer to the entire year, named after the most significant and certainly most awaited climatic event. The same term was also used to identify the annual eponym, as we have just seen. Also clear is the term Ditha, which instead identifies the minor spring rains, and with which Kharif is in fact always often found in pairs. The term Daith is specific Minaic for summer. Its meaning can also be established on etymological grounds, while in Sabaik other terms are employed for the summer season, for example Sasa or Khaid. Concerning the newly attested Yaghul, its attribution to winter proceeds by exclusion. Here too, the term for winter is different from the terminology we find in Sabaik. As anticipated, the corresponding winter table in the temple of Nakrach has not been found due to a very peculiar situation which is worth noting. In the temple of Nakrach, the corresponding space that in the temple of Athar is occupied by the summer table was modified to create a passage to the external so-called sacristy, which required the elimination of the table standing there. But the summer table in the temple of Nakrach was not dismissed, but it was instead moved to the place of the winter table, which in turn was the one eliminated. It is therefore quite surprising that when faced with the need to remove a table, the conscious choice was to sacrifice the one related to the winter offerings. Now we move to the last dating category, the month, which, as in the rest of South Arabian, is identified generically by the word warh. Regarding the names of the months in the Minaic text, I have so far been able to compile a list of 14 months that takes into account certain additions from the newly published monumental inscriptions, as well as the new data coming from the stick documents recently made available. Three more alleged month names for Minaic are included in Stein's second volume of the Munich collection, but out of caution I decided not to consider them here because they are still apaxes from a couple of sticks that are hard to read, and they are not defined by the term warch. It should be noted, though, that it would not be surprising if we arrive at a number of months above the dozen in the Minoic lexicon, as it may be expected that some pre-Manian city-states, like Nashan, for example, had month names that differed at least in part from those that were later codified under the kingdom of Mine. And this is an instance in which we should, in fact, pay attention to distinguish the Madabian documentation from the Minoic one, but it's not possible to do always, or I was not able to do yet now. This alphabetic list, as you see, gathers all the names of the months that are relevant for the Minoian region. Normally, all of these are preceded by the relative pronoun thu, which is omitted here. The occurrences provided here for each month make it possible to also observe the regular opposition in these date formulas. Here they are all the attestation of the month's names in Minoic documentation. And it's possible to observe the regular opposition in these date formulas between the two systems of eponym, according to the different colors. The purple is stick documentation, the blue is alula, the black is monumental inscriptions from Jof Valley, from Yemen. Okay, and so we see that two different eponyms, the two systems of eponym that are concurring in the dating systems of the two documentations. The list allows us to make some observation. First of all, we see that some of these names are also shared with other South Arabian languages, as you see here. For example, Abhai is found in both Sabaic and Katabanic with a slightly variant. Duathar or Salam are also recorded in the calendar of Amir tribe. In the latter case, of course, with the modification of the sibilant, of the merging of the sibilant, which is totally expected. The months Hadar and Tardahai are also found in Sabaic, with the latter also occurring in Adramitic with a variant. Most of these months appear repeatedly in both the monumental and Styx records, indicating that the same kind of calendar was utilized. It's not at all surprising for both typologies of documents. Only a few months are attested in one or the other documentary group, but this, of course, can be fortuitous for the moment because of the scant documentation we have still. Concerning the month Abarhan, we observe that it's never mentioned as warch, but its function is guaranteed by its inclusion in the Kabirate formula. The Minoic inscriptions from Alula also use a nomenclature that is now attested in the inscriptions of the motherland, both Muznad and Zabur, thus demonstrating that the Manian community of Dedan used its own calendar when writing text there. As we know, this was not the case, we have seen just a few moments ago, in the Saqqara sarcophagus, where instead the local calendar was used, citing the two Egyptian months, Hathor and Hayak, regrettably without providing equivalence with the corresponding Manian months, a datum that would have been very useful for us. Now that the month Salam is well attested in the cursive documentation, I believe this could be a good integration also for the mutilated occurrence of a month beginning with the same sibilant in the monumental inscription M388. According to their names, we can recognize some recurring semantic groups, name of deities, festivities, and some natural phenomena. Although the evidence is not conclusive, it may be possible to identify the specification of an intercalary month, this is just hypothetical, with the addition of the word haratan, which occurs in a couple of examples just added to the month Tanfatam. But we await, of course, further confirmation in this regard. I conclude addressing a couple of issues that are crucial to our discussion today, specifically how was the Manian month structured? Did it have decades as well? Lastly, is there any way to identify the various Manian months? Regarding the first problem, the division into decades, I'm inclined to give an affirmative answer, because when mentioned, the number of the day of the month is never greater than 9. Although happening very rarely in the Mennonite documentation, this is at least a noteworthy indicator, as we see here in 3 examples. So the day is the 5, the 6, or the 9, never above 9. However, how were the 3 decades specified? Each Sabaik decades, as we saw also yesterday with Mohammed Merakten, had its own name. So it's possible that the Mennonite had 2. The last example here can help us in this regard. Here the term Shahr is used, which in some Semitic languages, as we know, Arabic as well, it was employed to indicate the entire month. And in the first instance, I also interpreted also these instances in that way. But I'm now inclined also to consider it in an alternative way. Shahr can also, in fact, more specifically designate the new moon that does sometimes believe to indicate the South Arabian, the first day of the month, which is not certainly the case of the first example, because the day is the 9. So considering this, an alternative possibility is that Shahr here defines the first decade. Concerning the third decade, there are a couple of instances where the term Akbai is used before the month. This lemma is connected to the third decade in Sabaik and most likely Katabanic as well, so we can admit the same function here as well. The second decade remains to be identified, but reasoning by exclusion, we could perhaps attribute this function to the single occurrence of the term Ta'an. As for the last question, and I'm concluding, concerning the identification of the Manian months, we lack solid and comprehensive evidence. However, a first possibility could come from the name of the month itself, as perhaps in the case of Bakar Ditha, which is maybe connected to the spring season. Then it is also possible to ask whether the Manian and Sabian months that share the same name also had the same temporal collocation. As already noted by Christian Robin in 2017, the calendars of South Arabia in the first millennium BC were probably less differentiated than their rather dissimilar nomenclature would imply. Thanks to the correlation provided by the Sabian and Nabatean bilingual of Sirwach and the month sequences recorded in some Sabaik inscriptions, the temporal equivalence of the month in the Sabian calendar is now quite clear. For instance, we know that the Sabian month Du Athar was supposed to fall between November and December. However, is it possible that this also applies to the corresponding Manian month? Because of its placement in Situ, this inscription from the temple of Athardukabt in Barakish, which regulates the preparatory rites to be carried out in the 9th day of the month Du Athar that we have seen a few moments ago, provides an intriguing hint. This text is in fact engraved on one of the pillars inside the hall, the one next to which the winter table is also standing. Thus probably at the exact spot where this operation were to take place if the month Du Athar actually fell at the beginning of the winter season. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for this very interesting presentation. Now I give the word to Mounir Arbash, qui a fait sa thèse à Aix-en-Provence, un spécialiste très averti de tout ce qui concerne le djouf au Yémen, Mais non seulement le JOF, il a également participé à des quantités de missions dans d'autres régions. Et donc, il va nous parler, si je ne me trompe pas, de Qataban.
أسعد الله صباحكم. قبل كل شيء أود طبعا أن أعبر عن شكري وامتناني لمركز الشيخ حسن بن محمد لدراسات تاريخ جزيرة العرب قبل الإسلام لرعايته ودعمه لهذا المؤتمر. وأيضا طبعا لابد أن نشكر هنا فريق مجلة أثيرت التي بذلت الجهود الجبارة للتنفيذ ولإنجاح هذا المؤتمر. ولا ننسى أن الأستاذ محمد مقتن هو صاحب فكرة هذا المؤتمر. Today I will speak in Arabic, but I prepared وين الصورة? I prepared several abstract in English. سنتكلم اليوم طبعا على نظام التقاويم في مملكة قطبان كما قال الأستاذ زميلنا أليسيو. نظام طبعا في كل مملكة كان مختلف، كان نظام خاص لكل مملكة من ممالك جزيرة العرب، جنوب جزيرة العرب. تفضل. كما ذكر البارحة الأستاذ محمد منقطن، في حوالي القرن الثامن قبل الميلاد نشأت ممالك جنوب جزيرة العرب في اليمن حاليا. وفي القرن الثامن قبل الميلاد تميزت هذه الكيانات السياسية في تفتتها. أقصد بذلك كانت كل مدينة كل قبيلة لها ملكها الخاص. كانت توجد إمارات عديدة. وفي مملكة قطبان طبعا كان يوجد عدد لا بأس به من هذه الممالك القصيرة، منها مملكة ردمان طبعا، مدينة تمنع كان عليها ملك. وكانت مجموعة قطبان تسمى منذ ذلك الحين بشعب عم. أقصد بذلك كانت مشتركة بعبادة الإله عم، هو الإله الرسمي لمملكة قطبان. وفي القرن السابع الميلادي قبل الميلاد كان تحالف مع سبأ ضد أوسان، وطبعا وسعت قطبان أراضيها في ذلك الوقت بفضل تحالفها مع سبأ. وفي القرن السادس قبل الميلاد تنازعت سبأ وقطبان على الأراضي التي تركتها مملكة أوسان وأخذت استقلاليتها. ومنذ ذلك الوقت طبعا السادس الخامس قبل الميلاد توسعت أراضي مملكة قطبان. ويمكننا القول اليوم بأن هذا الحدث التاريخي هو توسع أراضي قطبان مرتبط جزئيا بظهور التقويم الخاص لمملكة قطبان. هذه طبعا خريطة تظهر طبعا ممالك جنوب جزيرة العرب، ومملكة قطبان هي في جنوب غرب الممالك العربية الجنوبية، جنوب غرب سبأ وهو غرب حضرموت. سنلاحظ في هذا التقديم المختصر طبعا أن استخدام التقويم القطباني مرتبط ارتباط وثيق طبعا بالنظام السياسي. أقصد بذلك كل النقوش التي موجودة لدينا اليوم مع أنها غير كثيرة التي تذكر تقويم قطباني تذكر كلها ملوك قطبانيين. لن أتطرق الآن بشكل مفصل طبعا التطورات التي حدثت في نهاية القرن الثاني قبل الميلاد وبداية القرن الأول قبل الميلاد. هذه طبعا خريطة توضيحية لأراضي قطبان في النصف الثاني من القرن الأول قبل الميلاد التي توسعت فيها، والتي اتخذ أصحاب ملوك قطبان في ذلك الوقت اللقب الطويل ملك قطبان أو مكرر قطبان وأوسان وولد عم وكحد وتبنعو. في المرحلة الأولى من تاريخ مملكة قطبان طبعا لا يوجد هناك تواريخ، يعني عبارات خاصة يعني بالتاريخ كبقية طبعا نقوش ممالك العربية الجنوبية كما ذكر أليسيو. لا توجد عبارة بيوم فلان، يوجد فقط ذكر الملوك إلى جانب الآلهة. آلهة القطباني أقصد بذلك عم وأنبي. طبعا هناك مشكلة كبيرة لدينا هي هو قلة المصادر. النقوش ليست مكتملة، يعني لا يوجد مثلا مدة 500 عام يوجد 10 نقوش تذكر تقاويم، وهذا طبعا لا يساعدنا على تحديد أولا الأشهر وذلك تسلسل هذه الأشهر، ومن الصعب طبعا من إعطاء نظام مكتمل، تحديد نظام مكتمل لهذا التقويم. هذا طبعا عبارة سريعة. هذا طبعا العبارات التي كانت مستخدمة في القرن السابق على الميلاد بذات في آخر النقش طبعا بذات سنتوم وبوراويل اسم الملك. طبعا بعد ذلك نقوش القرن السابق طبعا قصيرة جدا ولا تذكر فقط اسم صاحب النقش واسم الآلهة واسم الملك، بأنبي وبشعار، شعر اسم الملك، وبعد ذلك بذات حميم وبشهر وبوتر إيل، وبعد ذلك يأتي شهر يجول. من وضعت طبعا وراويل في أول مرحلة لأنه لدينا اليوم نقش سبئي مهم طبعا يذكر فيه ملك القطباني وراويل في عهد كرب الوتار الذي يؤرخ اليوم في بداية القرن السابع قبل الميلاد، وهذا طبعا يساعدنا على تحديد يعني تقديم تسلسل نسبي لملوك قطبان في ذلك الوقت وممالك جزيرة العرب في ذلك الوقت. في القرن السادس حوالي القرن السادس قبل الميلاد طبعا لدينا طبعا نقوش تذكر نفس العبارة باسمه وتر هو في عام إلى آخره، تذكر هذه طبعا بالمقارب إلى جانب ملوك سبئيين، وهذا طبعا مهم جدا بالنسبة لتسلسل الملوك. في القرن السادس طبعا هنا يوجد لدينا فقط 3 نقوش يمكن تعريفها في ذلك الوقت تذكر في نفس العبارة بأنبي وأبي يدع أبي يجول. هذا طبعا أوائل الملوك الذين حملوا اللقب الثاني، يعني كانوا في بداية القرن السابع فقط اسم الملك وراويل، في نهاية القرن السابع وبداية السادس لدينا وراويل ويدع أب وإضافة إلى الصفة يجول. وبعد ذلك طبعا شهر الهلال وذا مر عليه، هذه الملوك طبعا مذكورة أيضا في النقوش السبئية كما ذكرت. كما ذكرت في حوالي القرن الخامس بداية الرابع طبعا وسعت مملكة قطبان أراضيها واستولت على، أصبحت لها دور كبير طبعا في تاريخ ممالك جنوب جزيرة العرب في ذلك الوقت. هذه طبعا فرضيتي أن في هذه المرحلة في بداية هذه المرحلة تم أول استخدام تقويم جديد، تقويم قطباني في هذه المرحلة. كما هو الحال في النقوش السابقة ذكرها البارحة أستاذ محمد مارتن، في علاقة طبعا ما بين التقاويم وأسماء الأشهر والنظام والعبادات، ولهذا نجد طبعا عدد من الأشهر ذو عستر ذو هوبس، وفي قطبان طبعا نجد ذو عم ونفس الشيء ذو سحر وذو عستر. من خلال العرض سريع للنقوش طبعا يوجد أسماء 12 شهر. في طبعا كما ذكر البارحة أستاذنا كريستيان روبان في شهر طبعا الشهر المكرر هو انتركيلير موجود مرتين، هو الأول والثاني، برم قدمان وبر آخران. معنى ذلك أنه هناك في ممكن نقول أنه برم كان في نهاية السنة وبداية السنة، ممكن هذه فرضية. طبعا عندنا أسماء عستر سميع كما هو الحال في معين وسحر. كانت الفكرة طبعا مرتبطة بالبدايات، كنا نفكر أنه أسماء الأشياء أو التقويم بالبدايات كان مرتبط بالعبادات طبعا وبالطقوس الدينية طبعا وبالحج وإلى آخره. من الواضح وكما ذكر البارحة رومان أنه مرتبط بشكل كبير واضح، مرتبط بشكل كبير بالنظام السياسي، بالحكم، بالملوك طبعا. ولذلك طبعا هذا رأيناه من خلال النقوش، سنراه من خلال النقوش. كل النقوش المؤرخة بهذا التقويم كلها فيها أسماء ملوك، وطبعا كلها مراسيم ملكية. من الصعب كما قلت تحديد تسلسل هذه الملوك، تسلسل هذه الأشهر وتحديد مواعيدها بشكل خاص، بينما في نقوش القرن الأول قلبيات طبعا نستطيع القول بفضل تواجد ملوك قطبانيين وسبئيين ومعينيين بنفس الوقت، ووجود نقوش مؤرخة اليوم تساعدنا على إعطاء تسلسل تقريبي لهذه الأشهر. هذه الصورة طبعا بوابة مدينة تمنع عاصمة قطبان. بوابة هذه طبعا تم بناؤها تقريبا في حوالي القرن الرابع قبل الميلاد، كما أشارت إليه البعثة الإيطالية بحفريات التي قام بها المرحوم الدكتور عالمنا الصندمجري. تم طبعا في هذه المرحلة القرن الرابع قبل الميلاد مشاريع إنشائية ضخمة في مدينة تمنع، ومنها طبعا بناء والتي عليها طبعا قانون التجاري لمدينة تمنع. وضعت هذه الصورة لأن أغلب النقوش عليها النقوش الرسمية التي توجد عليها التقاويم القطبانية موجودة على هذا الباب على البوابة. طبعا البوابة هذا تم اكتشافها بالقرن التاسع عشر، وتم نشر طبعا جلازر هو الذي نشر أول النقوش، وهذه طبعا رسم لهذه البوابة. كما ذكر أليسيو قبل ذلك، طبعا هذه أسماء الأشهر ذو أبه هو طبعا في أكثر الاحتمالات هو اسم شهر سبئي كما رأينا أبهاي طبعا. بعد ذلك طبعا هذه المصنفة طبعا صنفتها بالأبجدي برم قدمان، برم الأول وبرم الأخر الثاني. بشمم طبعا في اسم آلهة اسمها بشمم. سحر، مسلعة، ذبحتم لا نعرف هذه مرتبطة بالذبائح بالطقوس لا نعرف، ولكن الذبح يعني هو أصل الكلمة الذبيحة. ذو عم الآلهة إله الرسمي لقطبان. ذو ربش، ذو عثر المعروف في عند المعينيت طبعا كما وجدنا. وذو تمنع طبعا هو اسم العاصمة، وهذا طبعا مهم جدا. والأخير هو ذو صيد. الصيد طبعا ممكن يكون مرتبط بالصيد الذي نعرفه الصيد المقدس، وهذا طبعا افتراضيات. حاولت طبعا تصنيف هذه النقوش بشكل كرونولوجي، بشكل تسلسل زمني تقريبي، وليس هذا تسلسل محدد ب100%، ولكن نسبي، معتمد طبعا على اسماء الملوك، وايضا على وجود نقوش مؤرخه من الملوك السبئيين والملوك القطبانيين، وايضا في القرن الاول قبل الميلاد على النقوش التي تذكر ملوك قطبانيين وملوك سبئيين معينية. الفورمولا طبعا العبارة دائما انظمة في ورخ ذو أبه، خرف السنة، عمي شبام إلى آخره. وأيضا هنا طبعا سيستم إبونيم، وهي العائلات التي كانت مذكورة في هذه اللائحة. من الواضح طبعا من خلال مراجعة هذه النقوش أن هناك عائلات مهمة شاركت في إعطاء المراسيم الملكية التي شاركت الملك في الحكم. هذا طبعا النقوش التي يمكن تاريخها من حوالي القرن الخامس قبل الميلاد إلى الثالث قبل الميلاد، وطبعا عليها أسماء الملوك. وطبعا هنا تجدون مثلا عائلة ذرحان وذرآن مذكورة في عدة أماكن وهي مشهورة جدا. وطبعا هناك الأشهر ذو بر مؤخرا كما ذكرت من قبل، وقدمان هذا الشهر الوحيد الذي انتركلير ممكن يكون من نهاية السنة وبداية السنة. بقية الأشهر لا توجد في هذه التحديد. وطبعا هنا في العائلات التي كانت هي اللي يسموها كتاب العدل نحسن نقولها باللغة المحلية اليوم، بأن طبعا هنا الأشخاص لهم الأقدم والأحدث. ذو ذرحان قدمان أو ذو يجر أخران. نجد هنا الأقدام والأحداث. الأخير طبعا هو الأحداث. هذه طبعا النقوش 7 نقوش هذه غير كافية بالنسبة لنا لتحديد تسلسل هذه الأشهر، ولكن بشكل تقريبي حاولنا تحديده من خلال تسلسل الملوك. هذا طبعا أحد النقوش البوابة تمنع، والنقش 3688. وطبعا هذه النقوش كلها حوالي 12 نقش، كلها مراسم مراسم ملكية، شو بيسموها هذه، رسوم ملكية، قوانين ملكية عفوا. هي طبعا كلها قوانين ملكية يشارك مذكور فيها كل العائلات الكبرى التي كانت تساعد الملك، تشارك الملك في إصدار قوانين مراسيم الملكية. هنا طبعا في القرن الثاني، حول القرن الثاني قبل طبعا في ثغرات طبعا في اسماء الملوك وفي النقوش. طبعا يوجد هنا طبعا عائلات طبعا جديده، ذو شحذ وذو ربش غير معروفه كثيرا في النقوش، مذكوره طبعا في شهر ذو عم وذو ربش. وبقيه النقوش طبعا نفس العائلات، ذو حضران ذو يجر، حضر مذكوره مرتين. وهنا طبعا ذو برم ذو تمنع وذو خرف. كما قلت من قبل بأن نهاية القرن الثاني وبداية القرن الأول، في كل ملوك القرن الأول اليوم يمكن تاريخها بشكل واضح بفضل التوازن، تزامن ملوك قطبان مع ملوك معين وملوك سبع. طبعا صراب طبعا كما ذكرت البارح هو شهر من الأشهر السبعية المعروفة الحميرية بالأحرى. وكما ذكر البارح زميلنا أن الصراب هو كان التشرين الأول عند الهمداني، أليس كذلك؟ ويمكن طبعا الصراب يكون هو نفس الشهر. هنا طبعا آخر نقش من متحف عدن هو طبعا مؤرخ بعهد أبي علي. أترك الكلام هنا بعد ذلك لزميلتنا إيفونا للتكلم على التقويم الحميري. العائلات التي أعطت طبعا إبونيما، العائلات التي ذكرت مذكورة هنا في النقوش بالتقويم هذه، طبعا نجد طبعا ذو ذرآن هي عائلة مهمة وعريقة مذكورة 55 مرة في النقوش، وهنا طبعا إلى ذكر مرتين. ذرحان 3 مرات، غرب مرة واحدة، شحذ مرتين، محضر مرة واحدة، يجور مرتين، وعملان مرة، ورتع مرة. كما ذكرت من قليل أن لو في نهاية القرن الثاني قبل ميلاد البيت الأول طبعا فقدت قطبان أراضٍ كبيرة واسعة منها وأراضي الهضبات، واستقلوا القبائل استقلت عن قطبان واتخذت تقويم جديد لها. وهذا طبعا حدث طبعا مؤرخ اليوم بفضل النقوش الحميرية المؤرخة فيها بعد. وهذا الحدث طبعا رافق طبعا ظهور تقويم جديد لهذه القبائل. أحب أن أنهي النظام نظام تاريخ النقوش طبعا في هذا النقش المهم الذي اكتشفناه طبعا، الذي يذكر طبعا فيه صاحبه كتبه يوم غزا الرومان جنوب جزيرة العرب. وطبعا هذا النقش طبعا مهم جدا لأنه سيساعدنا طبعا يساعدنا اليوم على تاريخ ملوك تلك الفترة. وهذا طبعا أول مرة تذكر النقوش العربية الجنوبية حملة الرومان. تلاحظون طبعا شكل الخط، طبعا الخط هذا طبعا ساعدنا على تاريخ ملوك قطبان في ذلك الوقت. هذا هو نقش طبعا الذي يذكر في حملة الجالوس الرومانية، وإلى جانب طبعا نفس الخط يذكر فيه طبعا مكرب ملك حضرموت يشعر اللي يهرج نفس الخط، وبذلك يمكن تاريخ نفس المرحلة. وطبعا يشعر يهرج شيخنا روبان اقترح تاريخه في نهاية القرن الأول قرن الميلاد منذ 30 سنة، وهذا طبعا الاكتشاف يؤكد ذلك في شيء ما. وطبعا يشعر يهرج في أحد النقوش يذكر فيه لأول مرة حمير، وطبعا هذا يؤكد ذلك. نفس الخط طبعا موجود في نقوش شعر يجوج هرجب الذي عاش في نفس الوقت. وبفضل هذا النقش طبعا اليوم عندنا تسلسل ملوكي ملكي لعائلة قطبانية مدة 150 سنة بفضل هذه الاكتشافات. الاكتشاف مهم. في نهاية الختام نقول نستطيع القول اليوم بأن الظهور التقاويم الخاصة في كل مملكة في جزيرة العرب مرتبطة طبعا بحدث مهم. نقول أنه حول القرن الرابع قبل الميلاد بدأت ذكر أول الشهور أو التقاويم القطبانية، مرتبطة طبعا بتوسع باستيلاء ملوك قطبان على أراضٍ واسعة حتى البحر الأحمر، جنوب البحر الأحمر، وعلى كل المناطق التي هي تقع جنوب غرب مملكة سبأ وغرب حضرموت. هذا الحدث طبعا يمكن أن زامنه نشوء ظهور التقويم القطباني. ونفس الأمر خسران فقدان انعزال أو انفصال قبائل الهضبات الجنوبية عن مملكة قطبان، انفصاله طبعا حدث مهم وحدث تاريخي. ظهرت التقويم مطحي وتقويم ردمان وطبعا تقويم الحمى التي تتكلم عنه إيبونا 110 الميلاد. ونفس الأمر كما قال البارحة شيخنا روبان بأن في القرن الرابع الميلادي وحدت جنوب جزيرة العرب مملكة جزيرة العرب، غيرت طبعا نظام التقييم الحميري. وفي هذا يكون هذا الأمر طبعا يظهر بشكل واضح ارتباط وثيق بين ظهور التقاويم والأحداث السياسية والنظام السياسي الذي كان موجودا في ذلك الوقت. أشكركم.
Thank you for this very nice and complete presentation. It's a good compliment to Ma'in. And now, the last piece of the puzzle by Yuana Gaida, the Kingdom of Himyar.
So Mohammed Marektan asked me to present the Himyarite dating system and calendar, and I would like, before starting the subject, I think it's useful to briefly sketch the political situation. Munir has already started. So around 200 BC, the kingdom of Kataban was at the height of its power, as you can see on the map. It was even more powerful than the kingdom of Sabah that dominated the political landscape of South Arabia for centuries, and was equally powerful as the kingdom of Hadramaut. It reached the coast, both the coast of the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. And it has, of course, dominated heterogeneous populations and tribes. Between the 1st century BC and the 1st century AD, the situation changed. The kingdom of Kataban declined, and several large tribes became autonomous. They emancipated from this kingdom, the most important of which were Radman, and later joined with Haulan, the tribe of Madhi, and finally the powerful tribal confederation of Himyar. Some of these tribes adopted their particular dating system according to an era under Hellenistic influence. So the tribe of Radman adopted its era called era of Abi Ali ibn Rata, which began around 74 AD. The tribe of Madhi adopted its era called era of Nabat dhu Kharif, where we recognize Kharif, which means the eponym or the date, the year. So it was probably the name of the eponym who was in charge of this calendar. This era began probably between around 44 and 21 BC. And the tribal confederation of Himyar adopted the era called era of Mabhud, son of Ibn Abhud, which began around 110 BC. So just to record what was the political situation in this period, in the first century, the kingdom of Saba and Himyar united, and but this unity didn't last for long. At the end of the first century, it broke, and the second and third century AD were scarred by wars between all the kingdoms, Saba, Himyar, Hadramaut, and Kataban. And finally, at the end of the second century AD, the kingdom of Kataban disappeared. At the end of the beginning of the fourth century AD, the kings of Himyar unify South Arabia, all the territories of South Arabia. So at first there was a unification of Saba and Himyar, more or less pacific after several wars. And then the kings of Himyar conquered the kingdom of Hadramaut. And the royal title reflects well the domination over the whole territory of South Arabia. King of Saba, Dhuraidan, which represents Himyar, Hadramaut and Yamanat, which probably meant the southern territory near the coast of the Indian Ocean. So you can imagine it also included, of course, the ancient territory of Kataban that had already disappeared before. So after the unification of South Arabia, the era of Mabhud, son of Mabhud, Kharif Abhud bin Abhud with waw or mostly without, becomes the one era of the unified kingdom in all the territories of South Arabia. There are no other eras used anymore. But the specific name of this era is not used anymore. So they don't say Abhud bin Abhud anymore. They just mention the number of years. What is the reason? We could search for different reasons, but the most simple logical is that there is no need to specify this era anymore, as this is the only era and the whole kingdom is unified now. The latest mention of the name of this era of Mabhud in Abhud appears in the inscription Abadan I, dated to the year 470 of Mabhud ibn Abhud, which equals 360 AD. So how do we know that this era has started in 110 BC? It's evidenced by a comparison between the inscriptions, three Himyarite inscriptions describing the siege of the city of Najran by King Yusuf as-Aryat Ar, Dunwas of the Islamic tradition, which are dated to the months of Dhul-Qiyazan or Dhul-Madra'an of the year 633 of the Himyarite era. So the comparison with the hagiographic sources related to the persecution of the Christian of Najran, which can be dated to October 523 AD. So Dhul-Qiyazan and Dhul-Madra'an of the year 633 of the Himyarite era should correspond to June and July 523. They preceded very briefly the persecution. So the beginning of the Himyarite era, after simple calculations, probably around 110 BC. So these three inscriptions come from the north of Najran. There is a fourth one now. They were engraved when King Yusuf was fighting against the Ethiopians against the invasion of Ethiopians in the territories of Himyar. Alors, so we have the chance to have the full list of the Himyarite months and also the order of these months, and they are corresponding to, we have quite exact, but it's more or less correspondence to the months of the Gregorian calendar. And of course, this correspondence was calculated on different bases, and mostly on the basis also the vocalization, the vowels, which we don't know, by the comparison with the medieval sources that Daniel Varisco was talked about yesterday, and he published the almanacs dated to 13th and 14th century, when the months appeared that the people used still at that time. Some of them they still used until today. So of course the vocalization is not always sure. It's the Hillatan or Hullatan, which should correspond to February, and the Hullatan or Hillatan Akhiran, so the second, and Hillatan, which is intercalary months, the existence of which we didn't know until discovery on an inscription some 20 years ago. The time passes by quickly. Du Ma'un, it corresponds to March. Du Sabatan to April. Du Mabkaran or Mubakkiran to May. Du Kiyazan to June. Du Madra'an to July. Du Khirafan to August. Du Alan to September. Du Suraban to October. Du Mukhlatan to November, and Du Alan December, and finally Du Iawan in January. This order of these months was the initial hypothesis of Norbert Nebes that he formulated in his publication of an inscription of the 30 inscriptions from the Dam of Mareb. It can be now, it's sure that the year began in the month of Du Hillatan, in the month of February, and this could be determined by comparing data from three inscriptions relating reparating works of the great Dam of Mareb, which biosigla that you see, and I spare it. Most of you know the great Dam of Mareb, which was a huge irrigation system, quite late, but the problem is that there was the wall of the dam that was crossing the Wadi Dana near Mareb, was sometimes destroyed, and also part of the oldest irrigation systems when the heavy rains were pouring on the South Arabian mountains and and flowing down to the wadi, and then the pressure of the water was such that sometimes some elements were destroyed. So we have a chance to have the descriptions of the reparation works. One of the inscriptions is the inscription by King Abraha of Ethiopian origin, the king of Himyar, but of Ethiopian origin. It was the chief of the Negus army who invaded South Arabia, where he describes in detail all the works, and there's the stela inscribed on 4 sides with all the details. And we have a chance because he gave dates, so we can compare, and sometimes the number of months. Like, for instance, this, it's in French. He achieved his works in 58 days, and he returned home after 11 months in the month of Du Maun of the year 658. So we have really precise data, so I cannot go into detail. But when you calculate this and the preceding inscription by a king 100 years before, also recording the reparation works, you can calculate the possible beginning. And we have only 2 months, Du Hillatan or Du Maun, which are possible. And now with the Oh no, I don't go before. With the last inscription, DAI-JDN, we have supplementary information about duration of the work and also this intercalary months, Dhuhillat and Akhiran. So and it fits very well, and with the comparison with the third inscription, the only month possible is the Dhuhillatan for the beginning of the year. So now, which are the earliest inscriptions dated to the Himyarite era? The earliest inscription is the inscription found by Khaldun Nu'man, Khaldun Umayma 5, dated to 102 of the Himyarite era, which equals more or less 7 or 8 BC. So it's really, we see that it really starts quite early. Before we didn't have this precise data. There are some other inscriptions that dating of which was discussed. Sabaika Minora dated to 161, not quite later, and Hakir 2 or Garbini 17 dated to 167, but they don't mention the name of the era. So according to Walter Müller, they would date to the year of Abi Ali, the era of Radman. Christian Robin thinks they would date to the Himyarite era, and I think it's more probably. So they would roughly date back to the middle of the 1st century. They're still very early. And in other inscriptions, later one that can be to the Himyarite era is Da'i from Jabal al-Aud, dated to 267. The name of the era is not mentioned, but we are in the really Himyarite, the core of the Himyarite kingdom, so perhaps it's no need to mention the name of the era. That's probably the reason. The latest inscriptions, it's dated to 669 Himyarite era, which equals 559 of Christian era, and it's the end almost of the South Arabian civilization at the eve of Islam. You know, the Persian and Sasanian Persian invaded on their turn South Arabia, drove back the Ethiopians, and the Yemen became, South Arabia became Sasanian satrapy, so it was the end of his civilization. There are some questions, some can be resolved, some not. There's an inscription dated to 146 of the era of Bikran or Bakran of Amirata, or Bikharifan on the year. And the hypothesis, what could it be? It's again in the core of the Himyarite kingdom. So there was an idea that it was by the era of Radman, but the era of Abi Ali, but it doesn't seem very credible. Another era of Himyar, but why would they have another era? Again, another era, or Christian Robin proposed that it would be just the number of years so it accord with the Himyarite era with an eponym's name, which is quite a curious way of presenting with both system, an ancient system and the newer one. But I think it stands, especially that's another inscription mentioning another eponym that could confirm this. And there is also a month of Thaurum in a date which corresponds probably to the Himyarite dating system again. The number of years is probably Himyarite, but it's probably a trace of the era of Madhi, because we don't find it, the name of this month. So it's a rock inscription that we found with Munir and François Bron in Yemen, Amkasha, which is from the monotheistic period, so it can date already, and the graphic style also. And we have in the month of Thaurum of the year 551, so it would correspond to 441 AD, and it's possible that just it was the survival of the Madhi era because it's in the Madhi region of the tribe of Madhi. The Madhi era was used under the first half of the 4th century AD, so when all the territory of Saudi Arabia was unified by Himyar, then the era ceased to be used. Alors, there is some other questions. Is the correspondence of the mass of the Himyarite calendar to the names of other calendars, so Syrian and Gregorian or Julian, exact? So there are some ways to checking it. I don't know if I have much time. I go for only the transcriptions of the inscription, again from the Great Dam of Mareb. It was the one dating to the 5th century of the Himyarite king. And he said, وَرَخُ دُو دِي أَوَانْ ذُو بِي خِرَافًا وخريفًا ذو لي أربعة وستة وخمسمائة وثبر بن ذهب خريفًا. So it's months, it's Dudi Awan, which equals probably to January, of the year 564, and it was destroyed, Wathabar, from the flow of the Kharifan, though it's probably summer or autumn rains which occur in Yemen in August. So it fits quite well because there was the autumn or summer rains. They destroyed the dam. Reparation works that lasted sometimes, and in January it's finished. And lines 59-60 complete this. Wasakayu binhu ardan biwarkhanzu thaptan. So, and they irrigated from it, I mean with the irrigation system, the land, the soil, biwarkhanzu thaptan, in the month of April, of Thaptan. So Thaptan, April, funny. It works very, very well because in Yemen the first rainy season is actually in March and April. So it fits very well. Of course, we can look from some other confirmation of it. So we have this list of months. I don't have time to enter. Some of our common with some other months mentioned in other systems like Yazan, Suraban for the harvesting and so on, but some are particularly Himyaritic, and they are, what I didn't say, that they are connected to, often it seems to agriculture activities, and also, of course, it's as you see with this intercalary months, the Himyarite calendar is lunisolar calendar. It's the most probably hypothesis. Thank you.
Thank you for this nice presentation of the calendar of Himyar, and it was very complete and deeply presented. And I suppose there are in the audience some questions about these calendars, or remarks, or compliments.
I have a question which I think is probably not so easy to answer. I don't know. Why do you call the periods of the calendar in which the month is divided decades? I mean, yesterday we were discussing about the problem of 3 decades of 10 days, which would be against a lunisolar calendar. Today I learned that the maximum number that you have is 9, so you never have 10. No.
Of course, we usually call them decades, but we cannot be sure that all of them would have been, in fact, made by 10 days, actually. No? So we have, yes, one indication, but we have no more than 10, so we can say.
I mean, in Egypt, decades is very clearly indicated by the number 10.
10, yeah.
Division of the month of the
maybe we should choose another word than decades. Maybe the tripartite division of the month, so something like that. Yeah.
We come back to the problem after, but we have first question. But I said yesterday there is a contradiction between the use of decades and a month founded on the moon, evidently.
سؤالي للدكتور منير. أنا سرني طبعا ذكر النقوش المتعلقة بغزوة الروم لليمن، وسؤالي هو هل كانت هناك وفرة من النقوش غير الذي عرض؟ وهل أجريت مقارنة بين ما ورد في النقوش وما ورد في كتب الإخباريين العرب؟ وشكرا.
The question about Roman expedition in South Arabia. The question they have طبعا بالنسبة للمصادر النقشية لا يوجد إلا هذا، يوجد نقش آخر محرم بلقيس بالتأكيد يذكر فيه نفس الحملة. وطبعا بالليني طبعا ذكر في كتابه أن الحملة وصلت إلى وادي حرب، وهذا النقش طبعا يؤكد ذلك، لأن النقش هذا من تمنع يؤكد أن الحملة الرومانية وصلت إلى أراضي قطبان. بالنسبة للمصادر العربية طبعا لا تذكر هذه الحملة للأسف، لا تذكر، بينما المصادر اليونانية والرومانية تذكر بشكل واسع، وخصوصا كتاب سترابون وبالليني وكتاب الطواف طبعا يذكرون فيها طبعا هذه الحملة اللوزغالوس المعروفة في المصادر اليونانية. وهذا طبعا اكتشاف مهم جدا أن هذا النقش محلي من شبه جزيرة العرب يذكر فيه الحملة الرومانية التي طبعا غيرت شيئا ما من خريطة ممالك جنوب جزيرة العرب. ونعرف اليوم بعد الحملة مباشرة مملكة معين اندثرت من الخريطة.
Thank you for the great contributions for the speakers first. I have a question. What happened, I mean, the Menian kingdom, Katabanian kingdom, what happened after the end of these political states or, yeah, I mean, for the Sabaeid kingdom, more or less, most of calendar concepts and months were integrated in the Himyarite period later on. But what happened, is there any kind of continuity in the Jove, in the Yemeni Jove, from the Minic or from the Katabanian later on, or it was integrated in the Himyarite? So what do you think? Is there any continuity of this tradition? Thank you.
صباح الخير. صباح الخير على الجميع، وشكرا على هذه المحاضرات القيمة. أنا لاحظت أن معظم النقوشات هي كتابية، يعني ليكريتور رايتين، بعكس النقوشات التي نجدها في معظم الفيستيج، الآثارات الأخرى في العالم. هناك رسومات، أكثرها رسومات، وهنا نجد أن أكثر الآثارات هي كتابية. هل يعني أن الكتابة انبعثت من هنا أو أو شيء آخر. شكرا.
Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. I have a question for Alicia. You mentioned in your very useful presentation the month ذو أثيرت. بطاع ذو أثيرت. How would you translate the terminus بطاع أو طاع ذو أثيرت? My second question to منير أيضا. أنت وضعت الشهر الصيد في الشهر الثاني عشر. هل هناك سبب؟ وهل هذا شهر الصيد هو الشهر الذي يسمح فيه الصيد؟ معنى ذلك أن هناك شهرا مخصصا للصيد. إذا كان الأمر كذلك فنحن أمام مجتمع متقدم في حماية البيئة وحماية نعم قد يكون ذلك. شكرا. Thank you.
شكرا على إتاحة السؤال. هو سؤالي للدكتور منير، هو سؤال بسيط جدا. هو يعني حضرتك ذكرت من أنظمة التقويم في مملكة قطبان 12 شهر، من بينهم سحر SAHAR هو قريب من شهر. هل في قرائن أخرى تدل على أنه هو اسم شهر فعلا، ولا أنا أخشى يكون شهر، كلمة شهر هذه يعني شهر كذا؟ شكرا.
So first of all, I think I can answer the question by Muhammad when you ask us that we have the indication of the continuity after the falling of in my case, the Manian kingdom. I think the Marrakesh can help us a lot on this, because the two temples, excavating the two temples, we had a clear indication that both of them have been reused by the Amir tribe. So we have, of course, indication in epigraphy that the Amir were in fact coming down from the north, and they settled there. And the two temples have been in fact reused by them, and we have indication, dedication, rededication of the two temples to their own god. For example, the temple of Nakrach was reused and dedicated to the god Halfan, while the temple of Athar was dedicated to Samawi. So they just settled there and reused. We don't know how long they stayed there, but most of the sites, some of the sites of the Jove, I think, have been abandoned maybe, but some of them have been reused and Amir settled there. At least in Marrakesh, we can be sure of that, yes. I think a couple of centuries maybe they stayed there. Yes. And I have also the question by Said. I really I don't know which inscription are you referring. So maybe we have to look at the inscription in order to answer it properly. Yeah? I cannot really. It is linked to the month Duathar. You mean? Athira. Ah, okay. Yes. But now I don't have in my eyes the inscription, so I cannot answer. But maybe we can have a look at the reference, and we can discuss this. Okay.
So yes, it was Mohammed's question about the continuity. So anyway, from my point of view, from the Himyarite calendar, there is only some survival of the eponyms especially in Saba, because Saba was first annexed, or anyway, there was unification between Himyar and Saba by the Himyarite kings. So, but with respect of the Sabians, we can see it because they make a pilgrimage to the temple of the great god Almaka, Sabian god, and with a feast probably. So and there are still some mentions of eponyms, but also the Sabian princes were involved in activities of the king Shamar Yuharish. So there was some continuity, because I think it was the the Himyarites were willing to be on good terms with the Sabaeans, elites, and tribes in order to construct this new state. So we have some survival of this, but for the rest, everything is new. There are some mentions of the same months that are all in this several calendars.
بالتأكيد حصلت تغييرات جذرية في وخريطة جديدة لجنوب جزيرة العرب في القرن الأول قبل الميلاد. وطبعا شيخنا روبان قال من 20 سنة قال إنه حتى النظام التفكير النظام السياسي تغير. كان الإله هو المرجع الأول ومن القرن الأول ميلادي صار الملك هو المرجع الأول. طبعا هذه التغيرات ليس فقط النظام السياسي، نظام التفكير والنظام الاقتصادي والسياسي والاجتماعي. في بالنسبة للجانب الشتكات زميلنا وقال طبعا صحيح أنه مدن الجوف اندثرت وهجرت. في أحد الأسباب طبعا شح المياه. هذا واضح أنه شحت المياه، وبعكس ما كنا نعتقد أنه عندما وصل الرومان إلى جنوب جزيرة العرب كانوا يفكرون أن هذه كلها أشجار وغابات إلى آخره. طبعا الجيش الروماني مات من العطش طبعا عند عبوره الوصول إلى مأرب. بالنسبة طبعا لشهر الصيد طبعا هذا وضعته الأخير بالصرفة وليس ولكن مهم سؤالك جدا لأن الصيد طبعا مرتبط بالزراعة وبالأمطار، وكما تعلمون الصيد المقدس أي عهد المكربين كان مرتبط بالأمطار. سقى عستر معنى ذلك الإله هو الذي روى الأراضي التابعة لمملكة تابعة لمملكة عستر. وطبعا من الصعب اليوم تحديد الأشهر بالضبط تسلسل الأشهر لأنه لدينا ثغرات كبيرة في النقوش، وكما تعلمون كل نقوش الألف الأول قبل الميلاد تاريخها تاريخ نسبي إلا التي تصادف وتزامن أحداث تاريخية مؤرخة في الخارج. أقصد بذلك الحملة الغزو الفارسي لمصر في نهاية القرن الخامس وبداية الرابع، وأيضا طبعا النقوش التي تذكر ملوك سبئيين وملوك بابليين في القرن الثامن والسابع قبل الميلاد. وبغير هذه الأحداث السياسية المهمة والتي تتزامن مع أسماء ملوك من جنوب جزيرة العرب، لا كل التواريخ التي نقدمها والتي قدمناها كلها تواريخ نسبية وليست لدينا تسلسل زمني تسلسل كامل للعائلات الملكية. عفوا مدام بالنسبة لسؤالك طبعا
I would like apparently I would like to return to the main subject, the nature of the calendar, because you presented a lot of data about this problem. For Kataban, we have the month name Barum, and sometimes the month name with an addition, the first and the second, an opposition between the two. So this month is certainly an additional month. So it's a lunar calendar. In Himyar, we have the proof for 548, there was an additional month. For mine, the problem is great. We have no month with addition, the first and the second first. And you have a decade with 10 days. The last decade of the month, according to your hypothesis, 15 days. So apparently the month is solar, like in Egypt. They copied the Egyptian system. And if the hypothesis is correct, it's completely new in Southern Arabia. It's a big change in the vision we had previously. And we know that there were many connections between Ma'in and Egypt and Gaza. So it could be a borrowing from Egypt. I don't know, it's only hypothetical, but your presentation added new evidences which were not yet known previously. A very small point also, you don't mention the descriptions of Kharit al-Fao, and you have the month name of Kharit al-Fao, Bikr al-Dathan. Alors, for Ivona, I have a question. about the beginning of the year. February is very strange. Can you explain that?
There is, I don't have the reference at hand, but there is also one example of starting the year in February. I find it for you later, and I put it in article. But yeah, it's quite unusual, but the problem is that we would like it, that it starts by an equinox or something, but if you calculate the dates at this point, so I know that perhaps it could be the result of a reform, but I think it's a hypothesis, but the problem, we don't have enough material to find proofs. So yeah, I think it's not impossible, and also the fact that the intercalary months comes after the first month, it's not unusual. I think Muharram, it happens also that it is second. So, and yeah, there's a good question. I know that you asked the question also, but for the moment I don't have a good response. But sure, for the publication, I will dig everywhere to find the response.
The equivalencies we have are from almanac of the Rasulid period. Are they accurate? Probably not. Probably not. Because these equivalency between the first month of a year and February is rather strange in the Middle East. We have no other examples. And the difference is 1 month and a half between these equivalency and the equinox of the spring. And it's possible to do hypothesis about the time where the calendar was lunar in Himyar and converted to a solar calendar. Abraham built a church in Sana'a, and the date of the church is perhaps known. The last text you mentioned, in my opinion, is the celebration of the building of this cathedral in 559-56 and 59-60. So if the date of the building of the big church of Sana'a is near 60, we have a period of 12 years between the last occurrence of additional month and the building of the cathedral, and probably it was a reform between in this period between the inauguration of the church, and it would explain during the time of Abraham there was not additional month regularly added, and when they did the equivalencies there was a small écart between the two systems. It's hypothetical, but it could explain these curious equivalencies.
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, actually the religion is important also in these considerations, but I think if you take a hypothesis and you confront it with the other data that we have, and you go back and forth, and you see what I shown on the last diapositive, that for instance that they irrigated in the Saptan was considered to be April, March, April, because we have done exact. But if you move this, you don't understand because there is no rain, and it's in Yemen. It's more or less, but climate is now really a little bit perturbated. I don't know the English word. But anyway, we know that in Yemen it's quite mathematic. It rains in summertime in August, and it rains also in spring. And I think it did period which was also more or less accurate. So I don't see why by the dam of Mareb there's huge amount of water. They could irrigate with the system in another month than April, because it cannot be in summer. So it must be in March, April. So of course there is perhaps not exact equivalence, but I think that they couldn't move it so much. And also, I think that for religion reason, yes, you can reform the calendar, but change completely, push months, which are mostly connected to agricultural activities, is against I mean, it's not logical, not practical for the people. And Abraha, being Ethiopian, was a king of Himyar. He revendicated, while being Christian, that he was the king of the Himyarites. He wrote in Sabian language, and he tried to really be so I don't think, yeah, perhaps there was some reform, but I didn't think that the months would move, and perhaps they're in character.
Yes, 1 moment. What I mean, it was impossible to have a Greek church for all the Christians of the Arabian Peninsula with a calendar which was lunar, because the calendar of the Christian feast is uniquely in all the world solar. So in 560, in my opinion, the calendar was necessarily solar. And it was reformed between 48 and 60.
An additional option to your discussion would be to consider the fact that February is the month before the first spring rains start, and when you actually have to think of preparing the fields for the first rains. And by the way, all across Southwest Arabia, during my field work, it coincides with the first morning rising of the Pleiades, and that Tulu' Thora is referred to as Ra'as as-Sana. So.
Thank you. So now a coffee break, and we start again. Half an hour, according to Alessio.
So please, we would like to start. If you please. So the next session will be on ancient inscriptions with written evidence and dating system and calendars. And the first person to speak is Laith Hussain from the Department of Archaeology of the University of Baghdad.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. At the beginning, let me thank Hassan bin Mohammed Center for the generous invitation, and the thanks go to Dr. Mohammed Maraktan too. Today I will talk about something different and far away from the Arabian Peninsula and Yemen. It is about the influence of the Mesopotamian calendar, of the Arabian calendar. Of course, as you see, Mesopotamia, it's the land between two rivers, and it is the cradle of civilization. The Babylonian calendar is one of the oldest known. Should I continue? Test? Test? I think it's good. The Babylonian calendar is one of the oldest known, with evidence of its use dating back to 2600 BC. It was based on both lunar phases and the solar year. Each day began at sunset, and a new month started on the evening when the first crescent of the moon became visible after conjunction, occurring every 29 or 30 days. However, the alternating pattern of 29 and 30-day months was irregular, making it difficult to manage. A standard year consisted of 12 months. The year is divided into 4 seasons only. It doesn't work, I think. To change the slides. The year is divided into 4 seasons. Only 3 of them are defined with specific names. We know Akkadian names of 3 seasons. Dashu is the spring, from the verbs dasha. And I think after discussion with Muhammad Maraktan, this is datha in the old Arabian language. To unfold, to unfold, to swell, to bloat. Then we have kharfu, or the kharpu, or aburu, is the summer. And then we have kusu in the winter, and it is the same word, kusu in Arabic. Till today we use it for when it's very cold. We said it gus. It's used till today in Iraq. The autumn is not marked. For time to time, they introduced the 13th additional month for the solar lunar calendar after the first or the second half of the year. And as you see, the character of the Babylonian calendar, it's the same, I think, in most of the calendars what we see till now, what we see in this conference. Well, go back to the legogram and what we have about the month and the moon. Warhu 1, it's moon. And then in Sumerian, it's iti. Iti, it is the month. And kam, warhum, arhu, month. Then we have the dashu, spring. Then kusu, winter. And then harfu, kharif, belong to summer. And as I said, autumn, we have kind word for autumn. And we have another forms in Assyrian, mostly came with urhu, Assyrian, mostly urhum, Old Babylonian, sometimes parhu, and parhum, and arhu and arhum. Lechograms, as I said, it is iti in Sumerian, in iti one kam, the first day, and Old Assyrian, iti kam. And New Babylonian astronomy, it is ab 2. And we have the ud, it belongs to the yawm, day, and we have in the date formula the form ud 1 kam. It's belong to the first day. And as you see in the Akkadish logograms from Shram, he has all the iti and iti 1 kam and iti m3 about arach, archa, monatlich, of course, is in German, it's month and monthly, and all the forms which came with this word, connected with this word arachu. The months were giving names, typically reflecting either a significant ritual observance for the month or an important agriculture event. During the middle of the 3rd millennium BC, an early Semitic calendar was in use across northern and central Mesopotamia. In southern Mesopotamia, about 2400 till 2200 BC, local Sumerian calendar was in use. The Nuffar, Medinat Nuffar, month names would be approached as a logogram to denote months in the standard Babylonian calendar, a calendarical system used down through the close of the 1st millennium BC. As you see here, we have a lot of cities use a local calendar. We don't a standard calendar. The standard calendar came to us after a long time. But as you see, for example, the city Sippa, and then Adir, Mari, Shamshi Adad, and then Tal Rimah, and Tal Asmar, Ashchali, Tal Harmal, and then Elam. A lot of local calendar. They use sometimes, and the comparative with the beginning with the Ayaru, Simanum, the Uzu, and then they use of course, the local calendar in many cities. And here it is the standard Babylonian year names: Nisanu, Ayaru, Simanu, Dauzu, Abu, Ululu, Tashritu, and then Warkhasma, and then Kislimu, Pitu Shabatu Adaru. Of course, it began with Nisanu. It is March, April. And then the activities in these months, as you see, harvest, onions, then flax, then it's about millet and sowing, and harvest semining, and a lot of works for the agricultural activities at that area in these months. Now, how the Babylonian divided these weeks. Here is an explanation of how the Babylonian structured their 7-day cycle based on lunar observation. These observations also formed the basis for determining of the start of the new month in their calendar with the 29th or 30 day, serving as an additional day depending on the timing of the crescent moon's appearance at the end of the month. The ancient Mesopotamian used a lunar calendar for both civil and religious purposes. Each month started when the new moon first became visible on the western horizon at sunset at the end of the first day. The month spent 29 or 30 days, concluding when the moon was no longer visible in the night sky. As you see, we have the first quarter, it is 7 days, 14, 21, and 28, and then we have 29 and 30, and then the shape of the moon after that. The Mesopotamians were aware of the differences between the lengths of the lunar and solar years, and eventually the moon, the god Nana in Sumerian and Sin in Akkadian, achieved dominance over the sun, the god Utu in Sumerian and Shamash in Akkadian, as the determiner of the year, Nana, fixing the month, and the new moon, setting the year in its place. The importance of the moon for determining the length of the year was noted by Rim-Sin, the king Rim-Sin, the ruler of Larsa, who praised the moon as Nana, who established the months, who completes the year. Thus, the Mesopotamian year was, in effect, a very nice description of it from Cohen. He said, the Mesopotamian year was, in effect, a solar year squeezed into a lunar straight jacket. This is the Cohen in his book about the cultic calendars of ancient Near East. We have the leap month or year. Leap month. The month begins in the Babylonian calendar with the first visibility of the new moon after its conjunction with the sun and the hence of invisibility. Such a month has 29 or 30 days, since 12 lunar months are about 10 days, shorter than a solar year. The months would move through the seasons to keep the months roughly in the same season, which was important for seasonal festival. A month was inserted when necessary. Intercalary months was named after the preceding month, with the scribe adding 2 to the name of the word extra. It is about in Sumerian Diri. to differentiate it from the previous month. In some Near Eastern calendars, the intercalary month was simple, referred to as Diri Watarum in Akkadian, extra, or Tashnitu, Tethniya, second. The addition of the intercalary month generally responded to a natural event such as harvest, rainy day, or flooding that was out of sync with the ritual calendar, while many cities waited until the end of the year, February, March, to correct these months. There are also instances where cities insert an intercalary month at various points throughout the year. And as you see here, we have these we find evidence in the cuneiform writings in the Ur-3 dynasty and the 3rd millennium. 13 Gar in the document from Uru-Unimgina or Uru-Kajina is appeared as a symbol of rationing, 13th rationing period. For the Old Babylonian period, there is a list for these leap months documented in Babylonian, Sippar, and Larsa. The month Adaru, the end of the year, and Ululu, the 6th one, the mostly used as leap months. Nisanu and Shabatu also occur rarely. And here in Mari, it's the very important city in the Old Babylonian period. Various months could be marked by the leap months by the addition Tashnitum. We have Tashnitum in the word, and then we know it is the extra month. Under the reign of Zimrilim, the month Khibirtum across several times as leap month. Tirum also documented as a leap month in Mari. And then the leap month at the end of the year is secured for the eponym calendar. Now, it is in this form. We have, as I said, we see 12 months and we have 13 months. This is the one with 13 months. It is Ululu. They write Ululu 2 or Adaru 2. It is from Diri, or Dirik, leap month is in Sumerian. And then they write Diri Adaru. The month 12A. And you see again from Shram Hatta the details from this Adaru Arku or Warku. It's in German, Schalt Adar, Schalt Adar, Schalt Adar, Schalt Adar. It belongs to New Babylonian period too, and the end of this period. We talk about the Nis'i, postponement. Well, appears in the early Sabaean inscription. It belongs to religious postponement. Nasa, to a war, of course. The verb Nasa was noting with the intercalation, but only the moving of a religious event with the calendar itself. I think we have a discussion about this matter, and someone, or we suggested that from Akkadian we have a verb, nasa'u, or nisu, and maybe it belongs to be distant, far away, to go away. I don't know. It is a huge, of course, distance between the words, but as a suggestion, what we have. Now, as you see, we have the Hebrew calendar and the Akkadian comparative with the Akkadian calendar. These months' names, so cultured as a reference of reference of multiply calendar system across different regions. And as you see, it is a huge similarity between the calendars in the Akkadian and here, for example, in the Hebrew calendar. And Professor Safaitik, zodiacal calendar, we have the Ulu, it's from Akkadian Alu, it's bull, and then we have the humor, it is godfish, Akkadian, of course it is the Akkadian word is not similar, but said it is have similarity with Akkadian language. We give an example now how the kings control all the matter of dating in the ancient Mesopotamia. Here an example, a new Assyrian text letter from a collection, and he the priest write this letter to him. I observed the moon on the 30th night of the moon, and it was in a high position. As for the 30th, praising the king, I am, my lord, may the king wait for the messenger from Ashur. At the time, the king of Tunaku can determine the data. King's authorities also played a role in the determining the start of the month in calendar system. After Babylonian astronomists made their observation, the result were sent to the king and the later officials before making a legal decision or the determination, which would then be publicly announced. Most text in the form of letters regarding Babylonians relics date back to the New Assyrian and the New Babylonian period, and these serves as actual examples of crescent moon sightings. Now, to conclude, there's some similarities between the ancient Babylonian calendar and the other calendars. Both calendars determine the beginning of the month using observation of the site of the new moon, the number of days in the month, 29 or 30 days, with the variation depending on the result of the lunar observation. The day began at sunset, and observations, the site, the new one, for the transitions between months, and the determination of the start of a new month is overseen by governmental authorities serving as a official institutions responsible for calendar regulation. And then the standard Babylonian calendar was based on the lunar cycle, with months starting either on the evening of the new month crescent of the first seam of writing of day of it. The length of each month was limited to, as I said, 29 or 30 days, while there is no direct description of the calendar surviving Mesopotamia. Cuneiform text, a wealth of information about the Babylonian calendar is available through administrative and economic records and most notably astronomical text. Thank you very much.
So it's now Said Al-Said from this King Saudi University in Saudi Arabia, who will talk about ancient dating systems and calendars in the kingdom of Dedan and Lihian.
So, good afternoon. First of all, أولا شكرا لمركز الشيخ حسن بن محمد لدراسات الجزيرة العربية القديمة. شكرا للأخ الدكتور محمد مرقطن على الدعوة الكريمة وإتاحته الفرصة للمشاركة في هذا الملتقى المهم لدراسات الجزيرة العربية على الإجمال. Allow me to give my lecture in Arabic, so like my friend Munir and the other also. But I will display an abstract here. Okay. بالنسبة لأنظمة التاريخ والتقويم في مملكة لحيان وددان، طبعا مملكة لحيان وددان هي مملكتين عربيتين قامتا قبل 3000 سنة من الوقت الراهن، خلال الألف الأول قبل الميلاد، في دادان اليوم العلا في شمال غرب المملكة العربية السعودية كما ترون في الخريطة، وإن كانت ليست واضحة النقطة الحمراء. هناك في تلك المنطقة قامت تلك المملكتين وازدهرتا نتيجة لازدهار التجارة والاقتصاد وأيضا الزراعة لوقوعهما على ضفاف وادي القرى، ذلك الوادي الشهير الذي كان يسيل طوال العام بالمياه الوفيرة، وأيضا لوقوعهما على طريق التجارة القديم، طريق البخور الذي ينطلق من جنوب بلاد العرب إلى عبر وسطها وشمالها إلى مناطق أسواق العالم في الشرق القديم. وهنا هذه الأسباب أدت إلى أن التواصل أو خروج الدادانيين أو المجتمع الداداني من عزلته الجغرافية إلى التواصل مع دول العالم القديم آنذاك، وبالتالي اضطرهم ذلك بطبيعة الحال أن يوجدوا لهم تقويما لتنظيم شؤون حياتهم العامة والخاصة. ولكن حينما في هذا السياق نوجه سؤالا: أي من التقاويم اتخذ أو ابتدع الدادانيون أو المجتمع الداداني في تلك الفترة؟ هل هو تقويم شمسي؟ هل هو تقويم نجمي بطوالع النجوم؟ هل هو تقويم قمري أم بهما معا؟ حينما نوجه هذا السؤال إلى النقوش الدادانية التي كتبها الدادانيون أنفسهم، نلاحظ أنها تقدم إجابات واضحة الحقيقة very clear، لا واضحة، من حيث أنهم استخدموا التقويم القمري، وأضافوا أيضا تقاويم ثانوية لها، ولكن لم تكن رئيسية وليست واضحة كما هو وضوح التقويم القمري في نقوشهم. أيضا استخدموا التقويم النجمي، ولكن ليس بدرجة الوضوح التي نجد فيها التقويم القمري. واختصارا حقيقة للوقت أود أن أستعرض معكم كيف حسبوا الوقت، كيف حسبوا الأيام والأشهر والسنين. إذن لنأتي لحساب السنين، كيف حسب الدادانيون أو المجتمع الداداني آنذاك السنين. حينما نستعرض تلك النقوش الدادانية التي يصل عددها اليوم قرابة 2000 نقش بهذا الحدود المكتشف منها، وبالمناسبة لم نكتشف النقوش الدادانية هي كما الكتاب، ولم نكتشف منه إلا الصفحة الأولى إلى اليوم، بقي صفحات الكتاب كاملة، ونتطلع إلى الاكتشافات القائمة والتي تقوم اليوم إلى تكشف مزيد من المعلومات عن حضارة شمال الجزيرة العربية تحديدا. إذن في النصوص الدادانية نجد مصطلحين يستخدمان للتعبير عن السنة، هما مصطلح سنة ومصطلح عام. مصطلح سنة والأكثر استخداما في نقوشهم، وحينما يريدوا أن يحددوا السنة أو يحددوا وقت السنة يضيفوا إليها عددا إما مكتوبا أو رقما، كما في المثال سنة 10 و3. تلاحظون في المثال الأخير سنة 10 و3 in the 13 years 13. كيف أمشي هذه لو سمحت بالله؟ لا ألخبط الأمر لأنه كمبيوتر جديد. هذا هو. اكسلنت. ما مشى يا لم يسد. good. هذا اوكي. شكرا لك. ما مشى يا شيخ. قدام هذه قدام. بالنسبة لحساب الأشهر طبعا لا شك أنه قام على مراقبة القمر ومسيرته في كبد السماء منذ بداية الهلال أو ظهور الهلال إلى أن يصبح بدرا ثم انسلاخه في نهاية الشهر. واستخدموا لذلك مصطلحات محددة للتعبير عن مراحل الشهر، وقسموا الشهر إلى 5 مراحل متتالية. هي المرحلة الأولى مرحلة الرائي، وهي المرحلة الأولى وهي بداية ظهور الهلال. فكما في قولهم على سبيل المثال سنة 3 برائي عتدان لوذان بن هنأس ملك لحيان. وطبعا الرائي يوافقه هو مشتق اسم مفرد مشتق من الفعل رأى ويرى، ومعناته ونحن نقول اليوم رؤية الهلال أو أبصرت الهلال. من هنا جاء، فهو واضح أنهم يعنون في ذلك اليوم الأول من بداية الشهر. هذه هي المرحلة الأولى. ثم المرحلة الثانية التي أسموها الأوقد، مرحلة الأوقد، وهو أيضا اسم مفرد مشتق من الفعل وقد، أي تلألأ ولمع الكوكب في السماء. وهذا المصطلح استخدموه حينما يكون القمر بدرا في منتصف الشهر. وهناك أمثلة عديدة على هذا المصطلح وسياقاته في النقوش، ولكن في النقش الذي ترونه هنا يوم فتحا في أوقد صيد، يوم صدر القانون في شهر صيد، هكذا حددوا منتصف الشهر. أما ما بعد منتصف الشهر فقد أسموه طاعن، وهذا هو الذي تحدث عنه زميلي أليسيو حينما تحدث عن الأشهر المنايا كالندر. هذا التيرمينوس أو هذا المصطلح طاعن حددوا فيه الوقت بعد اكتمال القمر بدرا، وتلك الأيام التي تقع مباشرة بعد منتصف الشهر، وأطلقوا عليها طاعن. وكلمة طاعن هي أيضا اسم مفرد مشتق من طعن، الذي يعني طعن في السن، ونحن نقول اليوم شيخ طاعن في السن، أي كبير وهرم. يعني هذا القمر أيضا هو بدأ بأن يشيخ، بدأ أن يهرم. اتخذوا هذه المصطلحات للتعبير عن حركة القمر في السماء وتحديد الزمن. والمثال على ذلك سنة 3 بطاعن صيد نتان بن جشم ملك لحيان. إذن في السنة 3 من طاعن شهر صيد لحكم الملك جشم بن ملك لحيان. إضافة إلى هذه المصطلحات الثلاثة أضافوا ظروف الزمان، ظرف زمان adverb للكلمة رائي ولكلمة طاعن ليحددوا بقية الشهر. فخلف طاعن حددوا فيها الأيام التي تلي منتصف الشهر التي بعد طاعن، وهي تلك الأيام التي تقع في يوم 18 و19. في اليوم 18 و19 يطلق عليها خلف طاعن باستخدام ظرف الزمان وكلمة طاعن. أما العشر الأواخر أو decade, the last decade كما يقولون، العشر الأواخر من الشهر فأيضا حددوها بظرف الزمان قبل، ومصطلح رائي الذي هو من رؤية الهلال قبل ظهور الهلال، قبل أن يظهر الهلال، وهذه تمثل العشر أيام الأخيرة. فاكتملت حقيقة مراحل الشهر من خلال النقوش الدادانية، أصبحت واضحة بالنسبة إلينا وترونها الراعي ثم الأوقد ثم الطاعن ثم الخلف طاعن ثم قبل راعي. هكذا قسموا الشهر على هذه الناحية وحددوا مسيرة القمر ودورانه حول الأرض. نأتي إلى حساب الأشهر أو الأشهر. ما هي الأشهر التي أو الددن التي استخدموها أو التي وردت في نقوشهم؟ لحسن الطالع وجدت 12 شهرا في نقوشهم كاملة مكتملة، لكن ليس في النقوش ما يساعدنا على ترتيبها، أي منها الشهر الأول وأي منها الشهر الأخير، كما هو أيضا في ذكر زميلي الدكتور منير هذا الصباح في محاضرته عن قتبان، ربما نقوش لاحقة تكشف لنا هذا الترتيب، وهذا مهم. الشهر الأول نعتبره الأول شهر الصيد، وهو أيضا تكرر كما أيضا ذكر في هذا الصباح في محاضرة قتبان، الصيد هو شهر الصيد، وربما هو مشتق من كلمة صاد يصيد أي قنص هانت، وقد نعتبره والذي يشم الشهر الذي يتم أو يكون فيه موسم الصيد. وجاء أيضا في المثال سنة 3 بطاعن صيد، أي في السنة الثالثة من مرحلة طاعن الصيد. الشهر الثاني هو شهر هنعي. حرف الهاء هو أداة التعريف في لغة النقوش الدادانية، والفعل أو الاسم مشتق من نعي أو ناعي أو إلى آخره. ثم الشهر الثالث هن أباءت، وأيضا هو معرف بكلمة هن. الدادانيون لديهم طريقتان لتعريف الأسماء، هن قبل الحروف الحلقية وها مع بقية الحروف. فهو لأن هن وقعت قبل حرف حلقي الألف اعتبروه حلقي فوضعوا هن. إذن هن أباءت الأباء بالعربية، وورد في عدة أمثلة كما ترون في المثال الذي أمامكم أيضا. ثم الشهر الذي يليه جلة قوس أو جلة قوس، يعني نعم مركب، اسم مركب من جلة قدر أو ما شابه ذلك اشتقاقه، والاسم الإلهي قوس. إذن أيضا هذا يدلل أنهم استخدموا أسماء الآلهة في أسماء الشهور، وهذا ليس مستغرب. في جنوب الجزيرة العربية كثير من الآلهة ترد أسماء آلهة واستخدمت أسماء للأشهر. الأشهر الشهر الذي يليه هو شهر خميت، قد يكون خميت أو خامت، ولكن الأقرب لضبط هذا الاسم هو خميت، وخميت معناته السمين أو بلغتنا العربية الفصحى. وقد يكون شهر الربيع الذي تكثر فيه الأمطار والخيرات وتتزايد فيه خيرات الربيع. أيضا يرد في عدد من الأمثلة برأي خميت جشن باللوذان، كانت 10 و7 برأي سلحان. ثم شهر هراح، وبعده شهر أنعر، ثم عدان وذو أسلعان وهرم وعبدان. كل هذه أشهر إلى أن اكتمل الشهر الثاني عشر. كيف حسبوا الأيام؟ هذا سؤال أيضا مهم، كيف حسبوا الأيام بالنسبة للسنوات، للأشهر، لتقسيم الشهر، وكيف حسبوا الأيام. من خلال النقوش حقيقة يتضح أيضا أنهم وظفوا تلك الكلمات أيضا، رائي وطاعن وخلف طاعن وقبل رائي، لحساب الأيام. فحينما يريدون اليوم الأول يقولوا رائي وقت ظهور الهلال، هذا هو اليوم الأول. وحينما يريدون منتصف الشهر يوم 14 أو 15 يقولون أوقد، يوم أوقد. وحينما يريدون يوم 17 والسادس عشر والسابع عشر يقولون طاعن، في طاعن كذا. واليوم 18 والتاسع عشر يقولون خلف طاعن. أما العشر الأواخر من الشهر فيقولون قبل رائي. وهذه وردت حقيقة في عدة أمثلة، يعني تلاحظون على أساس أنها واضحة بالنسبة لنا. في المثال الأول يقول 10 أيام قبل رائي، معنى ذلك أنه يوم 20، أو يعني ربما إذا كان 29 الشهر 21. 10 أيام قبل رائي و7 أيام قبل رائي، يعني معنى ذلك أن هذا اليوم هو يوم 22 أو 23. و3 أيام قبل رائي سلحين، أي 3 يوم 27 و28. إن أردت أو أن أؤرخ يومنا هذا اليوم سأقول في نفس المثال 3 أيام قبل رمضان. نحن اليوم في 7، اليوم في 27. فبهذه الطريقة حقيقة استطاع الددنيون أن يوجدوا لهم نظاما أو تقويما لتنظيم الوقت في شؤونهم العامة والخاصة. هذه اللوحة تبين حقيقة اليير، السيزون، المانث، اللونار فيز، الدين. يعني بوضوح 12 شهر لدينا الأوقات اللي هي رائي وأوقد وطاعن. أيضا إضافة إلى التقويم القمري أوجدوا أيضا تقويما شمسيا، وهذا حقيقة يثبته لنا وجود مصطلحين دثاء وخريف. طبعا لم نجد المصطلحين إلى الآن، اللي هو قيض وشتاء، إلى الآن لم توجد في نقوشهم، ولكن وجود هذين المصطلحين دثاء وخريف يعني أنهم أيضا استخدموا التقويم الشمسي للفصول هذه التي ترتبط بالزراعة، وأيضا لها أوقات محددة، ولكنها لم تكن رئيسية بل تاريخا ثانويا. ولا زالت إلى اليوم. يمكن من زار منكم العلا اليوم سيجد المزولة هي الساعة الشمسية، أحد معالم مواقع الجذب السياحي في العلا اليوم. والذي يزور العلا لا بد أن يزور مزولة العلا، الساعة الشمسية. ستار كالندرز أو التقويم بطوالع النجوم، أيضا هناك ملامح لوجود هذا التقويم عند الددنيين آنذاك. هناك مصطلحين يردان في النقوش. المصطلح الأول هو ذئب السماء، وورد في مثالين إلى الآن برأي ذئب السماء. وذئب السماء مركب من ذئب والسماء. وتعرفون علماء الفلك أو الموروث العربي الفلكي مليء أو علم الأنواع مليء بأسماء الحيوانات التي تسمي مطالع النجوم. وأيضا هناك في الموروث العربي نجم الذئب ونجم الذئاب، ولكن قد لا يكون هذا هو، يعني إنما توافق ربما في المسمى، ولكن قد يكون ذئب السماء أيضا طالع نجمي كان يظهر في وقت محدد، وأرخوا فيه بعض شؤون حياتهم أو معاملاتهم في تلك الفترة. الطالع الثاني الذي قد يكون أيضا طالعا هو مشهر، وورد في مثال خلد بطاعن مشهر. أي مات بطاعن مشهر. ومشهر هو العلامة التي تصف الشيء، العلامة التي تصف الشيء. وقد يكون المشهر هو طالع نجمي يظهر آنذاك، وأرخوا فيه بعضا من معاملاتهم أيضا. إضافة إلى تقويم قمري وتقاويم الثانوية الشمسي وأيضا النجمي، أرخوا بالأحداث. فأرخوا مثلا بحكم فترة حكم الملك، يأتي في نقوشهم في حكم الملك فلان بن فلان كما في المثال بأيام عاصي، وعاصي أحد ملوك مملكة دادان، مؤرخ تقريبا فترة حكمه في منتصف القرن السادس قبل الميلاد، لأنه ملكا دادانيا قبل أن تأتي مملكة لحيان وتعقب مملكة دادان. أيضا أرخوا بموت أحد الأشخاص المهمين في مجتمعاتهم، كما في قولهم 10 أيام خلف فضج. فضج هذا شخصية سيرد أيضا في نقش آخر بعد قليل. فموت هذا الشخص كان حدثا تاريخيا أرخوا فيه أيضا تواريخهم. وأرخوا أيضا بالمعارك فيما بين الأشخاص، أيضا أرخوا بهذا التاريخ. عام قتل بموته بمقتل شخص، عام قتل شهر، أيضا مقتل الأشخاص المهمين أرخوا فيه. وإلى اليوم ونحن مقتل فلان، مقتل الأشخاص ذوي القيمة التاريخية. أيضا المعارك التي كانت تقوم بين الأشخاص أرخوا فيها. عام قتال فضج ويثع، ويبدو أن فضج هذا مات مقتولا، لأن هذا النقش يقول أنه قام معركة بينه وبين شخص اسمه يثع، فربما قتل الاثنان كلا الاثنين. ثم أرخوا أيضا بزيارة الأشخاص المهمين الذين يزورون دادان، كما في النقش الأخير الذي يقول سنة أتوى صهوى دادان ها مصري، في السنة التي جاء فيها المصري من مصر صهوى. هذا المصري أتى إلى دادان، وبالتالي أرخوا بمجيئه. من هو صهوى هذا الشخصية المصرية المهمة؟ لا ندري، لكن يبدو أنه شخصية مهمة، وقام بزيارة إلى المنطقة قبل 3000 سنة. شكرا لكم، شكرا لاستماعكم، وأتمنى أن أكون
Now we have the Zoom session with Ahmed Al-Jallad, who is professor at Ohio State University in the United States, and who will present the zodiacal months and the calendar of the nomads in ancient South Arabia.
first.
السلام عليكم دكتور، لسه ما بدأنا. دكتور الجليدي، لسه ما بدأنا. السلام عليكم دكتور، إذا تقدر تنتظر لسه ما بدأنا لو سمحت.
Of the Harra. As you can see, it's rolling. Yeah, this individual here, what's his name? Muhammad or something. Could we have could the journal mute all of the participants on Zoom, please? Because it becomes quite distracting. Thank you. Very good. Excellent. Can everyone hear me again? Good. All right. So this is the landscape of the Harra, as you can see. And you can see many remains, evidence remains of nomadic communities. There were no permanent settlements out this far in the desert to the east of Hauran. This is an area of nomadic tribes, both camel herding and sheep herding nomads, whose seasonal migration took them from the fertile areas of Hauran eastwards and southwards into the dirt and mud desert, the Madbar. Okay, so this is a broad area of where you might find Safavidic inscriptions. Okay. With the area here being the Harra. Another example of the inscriptions as you see here in the landscape, the inscriptions are not necessarily belonging to a kind of structures. They're not formally commissioned by trained scribes, let's say, but rather are classified today as graffiti, self-authored texts. All right, this is how you might find them in the landscape. Okay, it's becoming quite impossible to give this lecture with people in the Zoom talking. Please put mute on your Zoom. If you're on the Zoom, push mute, please, so I can deliver the lecture. It becomes very difficult to speak with you speaking at the same time. This is to the participant who's called Moha. Please push mute on your Zoom. Thank you. All right, excellent. So here we are. The Safavidic inscriptions of this landscape can be, yes, yeah. So this landscape here is best described as an open archive. There are to date some 50,000 known inscriptions in the Safavidic script, which you see here, this North Arabian alphabet, that have been discovered with many times this number, of course, awaiting discovery in the desert. And you have examples here. For those who are unfamiliar with, most of the Safavidic inscriptions today are available at this online website, oceana.osu.edu. This is the main database for the Safavidic inscriptions. If you visit it, you can browse the corpus. It is still under development. The decipherment of the Safavidic script was completed in 1901 by Littman. And that, of course, enabled scholars to read the inscriptions. All of the phoneme identifications of the glyphs were identified, and scholars became able to read the inscriptions. However, because the inscriptions are very short, often without a clear archaeological context, the interpretations of much of the vocabulary remain difficult, right? So much of the inscriptions are, let's say, legible, yet poorly understood. Today, the corpus of Safavidic inscriptions stands at about 50,000 records. And like I said, there are many, many more times this number still in situ waiting to be discovered. It is an ancient North Arabian alphabet, one of the varieties of the South Semitic script used in the central and northern parts of the Arabian Peninsula, a sister of the South Arabian Musnad script, of course. The date ranges are incredibly unclear. We do not know really when Safavidic begins or really when it ends, but the small number of dated inscriptions record events that cluster around the turn of the era, around 2,000 years ago. There's archaeological evidence that suggests that Safavidic inscriptions were being written 2nd or 3rd century BC, and let's say inferences or inferred argumentation that the inscriptions terminated in around the 4th century. Okay, so that is basically an overview of the corpus. Now, what is our point today? So today we're going to investigate or discuss and revisit the calendar or the way that the Safavidic writing nomads east of Hauran kept track of the year. There are multiple ways in which these authors kept track of the year. They had, of course, seasons, but until recently, there was a hitherto unrecognized, let's say, system of chronological division. These included what we might have previously called mysterious terms, milah, zakar, dhikr, or what have you, or amat. So inscriptions look like, this is an inscription that may mention these terms, and here you have the inscription which begins with the individual's names, then he calls, and then he tells us that he is raiding, wa ghaza binakhl, or bin-nakhl maybe, he's raiding in the valley. He calls upon the god Yatha, salam, so may he be secure, wa kalla'a as-samaya, so he watched out for the sky, hadra, during the period of, or well, hadar meaning in the presence of, and then you have these 3 terms, milah, zakar, and amat. And then he says, فَيَئِسَ, he despaired, فَهَا بَعَلْ سَمِين, so oh Ba'al Samin, this is the rain, storm god, rawah wa salam, send relief by means of rain, of course, and security. So these terms reappear over and over again, a couple of, well, I should say a number of inscriptions, and there were some hypotheses about what they could have been. Littman, actually, very nice here, Littman, in his 1943, let's say, edition of Safavidic inscriptions from Syria suggested that they were toponyms, that they were watering places. Jean suggested that they were toponyms and watering places. In a small note in Ababna's 2005 book, he suggested that maybe they refer to phases of the moon or they could be stars. In 2014, I suggested that these are, in fact, probably chronological markers, right? That these are actually times. They're not places or phases of the moon or anything of that sort, but they are actually referring to divisions of time. And in fact, if we look elsewhere in the corpus, there is a sequence of 3 divisions of time that also reoccur. And it's Datha, which is the season of the later rains, or we had earlier talking about spring. Okay, this is March, April, as you like. Qayad, summer to the dry season, summertime, and Shitai, the winter. And so that also reoccurs in inscriptions multiple times. And usually what happens is authors say that they stay in a place or they suffer for Datha, Qayad, and Shatai. So in the spring, in the dry season, in the winter, and that's a way of referring to the entire year, okay? And it's usually referring to negative conditions. So the hypothesis that I put forth in these 2 papers in AAE almost now, oh my gosh, now 10 years ago, was that these terms here, milah, dhakar, and amat, must correspond to Datha, Qayad, and Shatai, that these are their correspondences somehow, and that indeed what we are looking at is probably chronological markers that are connected to the zodiac. And this here is based on the etymological approach. Dhakar, ram, is actually quite transparently the same as the zodiacal term at nearby Qumran, dikra, right? Amat, amata in Arabic means to measure. That works out very nicely with Libra, amit, right? To measure the scale. And milah is very tricky. So I have a whole long conversation about it. But out of all of these, milah is the only one that you can still find reference to it in the Arabic dictionaries, where it is, we could say, remembered perhaps, or a faint memory is preserved, that a term milhan refers to a winter month or a period in the winter. Okay, so that's very interesting. In fact, when we go through the entire corpus and we build up and we try to look at all the terms that occur in the same context, we find that the vast majority of these are suitable zodiacal terms. So, for example, the asad, meaning lion, is rather transparent. Ya'mur, which, if you look at the Arabic dictionary, in Ibn Mandur, for example, it's a very, very strange entry, which seems to describe some mythological monster. It's described as a goat with two big horns, or one large horn, or a fish, or a beast of the sea, right? So you look at this image, a goatfish, and it's the sea goat, basically. It's a zodiacal image that's, just say, once again, partially remembered in the lexicographical works, right? So if you go through all of these, you'll find that, in fact, most of them fit the etymologically with the zodiac quite well. There are some caveats, like the crab, saratan. I mean, this it only occurs in uncertain contexts in hand copies, so I'm not so trustworthy of it. Veil is only occurring once as well, but there are reasons why these are not occurring all the time, right? Because if we think about what kind of calendar this is and what kind of calendar the nomads would need, they probably did not have, well, they did not have a calendar with a fixed era. Okay, so they weren't using one of the calendars of the settled areas. They did not have numbered years. So when they do date their inscriptions to years, they date them to the years of prominent events. Sanat Mat Malik Nabat, the year the king of Nabatea died. Or Sanat Mat Fulan, the year this guy died. Or Sanat Suliba Fulan, the year so-and-so was crucified. So they don't have a set of numbered years. They date to periods, to events. In addition to that, we have no examples of the days of the week either. They don't seem to be counting the days in these periods. So it may be the case that these, and this is the question that we sort of left at the end of the 2006 article. What do these sign names signify? They are zodiacal, but are they referring to the actual constellations? And are we dealing with a star calendar? Are they months or are they both? Could they work with both? We have two terms that occur with them, ra'i and kisit. And so these are the terms of that ra'i meaning sight, so appearance, and it could mean the appearance equally of the moon or the appearance of a star. And kisit can mean, of course, the full moon or the end of the appearance of the star. So both of the terms etymologically don't help us. They can be likewise interpreted in both ways. Okay, so the terms are zodiacal. They and they, let's say we have about 12 of them. If we are liberal with Saratan, we could say, but at least 11 are securely attested. But not all would have been important. There are some, if we take them as references to stars or references to asterisms, there are going to be certain asterisms in a star calendar that are more important for seasonal purposes than others, and they will tend to appear more and more frequently in the inscriptions. Indeed, that is why we see this overabundance of this mentioning of dhakar, amat, milah, dhakar, and amat over and over again. These three seem to be configured with the main seasons. In addition to these terms, the Safavidic writers also use the Babylonian months on occasion, but less frequently. We don't have the entire calendar. These are all the Babylonian months that we have. This is what they correspond to with the, let's say, zodiacal terms. And so the question is, are we dealing with zodiacal months? In other words, could it be that this term shahar, could it be that this term shahar, or that these zodiacal terms could be substituted as names of months? And one example here that's very nice, I just published this article last year or maybe the year before. It's a very nice one. It's a article that about a very typical Safavidic inscription. It mentions grieving for a sick sister. He calls upon the deity Allah for deliverance. And then warada birkata, he went to water at Birkat. This is Lake Burqa, bishahar uqabat, or what have you, in the month of uqabat, right? So this is actually the term that would correspond to Scorpio. The year, the king, Salah, and there's a long discussion on what that could mean. And then he asked Ba'al Samin for rawah, to send the winds with relief and rain. So again, it's a meteorological context, which we would expect, but here he uses the term shahar before uqabat. Now, we discussed this earlier in the conference. Does shahar mean specifically month here, or does it mean moon? Right? We get the new moon, right? Both of those are compatible, of course, with the interpretation, but nevertheless, in my opinion, this inscription here demonstrates that these zodiacal terms can be configured or seen as the equivalent of months, of the Babylonian months, right? And another inscription from the scribe even complicates the matter a little more, which is very interesting. These are two individuals who are writing at the same site, the same basic thing. They the season of the later rains in the Madbar, in the inner desert, and then Sayra, then they return to water, Bira'i Gamal, during the appearance of Gamal. Now, Gamal I've interpreted as Gemini, and this is exactly the period in which the Datha ends. The Datha ends, the season of the later rains. The spring ends with the appearance of Gemini, or rather in mid-May, right? So this is the period of so the identification of Gamal with Gemini is confirmed, but then it's also talking about Ha-Uqab or Ha-Aqab. So what is that? How do we put all of those things together? In the latter part of the rising of Gemini, or is it in the latter part of the first half of Gemini? Many questions. This expression has only been attested once, because it's only or twice, I should say, in this context. Because of that, we cannot, let's say, determine with certainty what sense is intended. But we do see again here confirmation that Gamal, as being the period right after the spring, that is Gemini, is confirmed. And another inscription from 2019, which I haven't yet published, which is very nice, it attests that sequence again about a man. This one is dated to the year of Ubadat, and Ubadat must be one of the Nabatean kings of Ubadas, right? So this is very nice. At least puts us in in the period we expected anyway. And then the man says, وَوَرَدَ مِلَحْ وَذَكَرْ وَأَمَتْ. No, مِلَحْ فَذَكَرْ فَأَمَتْ فَعَقَبَتْ or عُقَابَتْ. So he went to water during Aquarius, then Aries, then Libra, then Scorpio. And what's fascinating here is that we have all of the rainy seasons mentioned by associated, let's say, month period, or here we're more likely to see it as associated star period, right? The star period that is associated with the coming of the rains, or the period of the rains. He went to water at Aquarius. This is the winter. Then the late spring, this is Aries, the Datha, the period of the later rains. Then Amat, this is the end of August, September, and Uqabat, of course, September or October. This is the Wasmi period, right? The Wasmi rains. So we have all the main rain periods here in the order we would expect. We expect Libra, what to come after Libra, Scorpio, and indeed it does. It is a really, really interesting sort of text illustrating the associations of these chronological markers with the major seasons. So with these new texts, we come back to the question, can we answer it any better? The zodiacal chronological markers in Safavidic, the chronological markers in Safavidic, I should say, correspond etymologically to zodiacal names. That's very clear. There are native terms that are inspired by local culture, right? So, and there are other terms that are really, that clearly correspond to what we find in, for example, the Qumran zodiac and the Babylonian zodiac. So there are very, let's say, diverse sources for the assembly of these terms. But their behavior is compatible both with the understanding of it as a star calendar and as a lunar calendar, right? I mean, both can work. There are some cases, which I haven't presented here, but that are mentioned in the article. There are some cases in which we are more compelled to understand it as a star calendar rather than a lunar calendar, because you will find contradictory events happening in the same chronological period, which is typical if you understand it as the rising versus the setting of a star rather than a fixed, month period. But finally, the use of shahr, this newly discovered inscriptions, demonstrates that these zodiacal terms, that these chronological markers could be configured with month-long periods or could be seen as local equivalents to Babylonian months, right? The inhabitants of the Harra were aware of the Babylonian months. They occasionally deploy them in inscriptions. It's hard to understand why they do that. They're not using it to keep track of any record. You have an inscription where someone will say he longed for a beloved during Shubat, right? So he longed for a beloved in Shubat. Okay, that doesn't really give us much information to date the inscription. It seems to be just sort of a creative detail added to the longing formula. So there's an awareness of the Babylonian months. Perhaps the use of these months is a way of showing off to the audience of their, let's say, proximity to settled cultures. And at the same time, these guys seem to have configured those Babylonian months with their local calendar and were using shahr to refer to these chronological markers as well, right? So they were actually, in other words, you could say local months too, in addition to whatever use they had as well. I will stop here, and I look forward to discussing this material with you all further. Thank you.
Very much. I hope, Ahmed, you can still hear us and there is no echo. So we can we have still some time for questions. So if you please perhaps gather your question, then okay.
My question is to Dr. Laith, or my comment actually. You mentioned that postmortem is not the same as intercalation in your speak. And I think they are the same. And I think they are the same. And I think they are the same. I think they are the same. I think they are the same. Should I try? Okay, yeah. So postmortem cannot happen unless you put time in between the date that you want it to happen. So say like, I want to postpone my travel tomorrow, okay, till Friday. Then I have to put 2 or 3 days before. So postponement cannot happen when we come to time unless you add time. So postponement is still the same as intercalation.
That maybe it is not related to nes'u or nesa'u. As I show you here, maybe the verb, it belongs to the Akkadian time, and it's maybe, and it's an old form for nesa'u, nisu, and for the situation, I think, yeah, you are right in this matter. To postpone, ta'jil, and it's the same function, I think, in the Babylonian calendar. They use it, but maybe they have another word for it. What's similar to it, it's, as I said, these are nis'u or nesa'um. Maybe, or nesa'u. They write it nesa'u, but they use nisu for it, as I show here in Akkadian. We will see, maybe we have in the future a lot of information or more text to prove this theory.
The problem is, I mean, I see what you're saying and I agree, but the problem is now there is like especially in the popular sphere, the people who trying to modify the Hijri calendar, they try to say that Nasi is not the same like postmortem. Okay, so they say, okay, postmortem is halal and Nasi is haram, something like this. So this is now really like a place of a lot of like discussion in the popular sphere. And I think it should be made clear that postponement is, I'm having a hard time pronouncing it, is the same like Nasi. So it is an addition of a month.
Thank you. My question is to Dr. Said. In your talk, you mentioned a star name that you translated as wolf. And my question is, first, do you know to which exact stellar phenomenon this refers in astronomical terms? Second, were there any wolves in the area? That's also relevant for us in Southwest Arabia, because here very often a local term for ad-dabran is al-kalb, the dog. So my question refers to the wolf in your data.
When we reread the Arabic tradition, so we found ذئب السماء أو الذئب, the wolf star, as it could be as compare with it or connected with it. I don't know. We need more evidence to yes, exactly. No, no, I don't know.
So I want to thank Dr. Saeed. It's a fantastic amount of new facts, new data about the calendar, and it's really fascinating. And it is close to Arabic, but different from Arabic, the two together. About the dhib, there is another reading, perhaps. Dha b'samawi, dha b'sama. With a demonstrative article, because the wolf of the sky, yes, it's something perhaps a little bit difficult to accept, but we have the feminine pronoun that, written dha alif ta. And it could be the masculine, I don't know, you have a lot of material, but first saying this fact, it could be the demonstrative article, or the demonstrative pronoun. Mm-hmm. Mm.
Yeah, thank you, Christian. I agree with you. It could be, I would also read with administrative ذال, ذو أبسمة, could be. But when we connected with astrology, it's maybe easy to understand it as compound name from the wolf. It's yeah, but in South Arabia, not in North Arabia. Yeah, yeah. Exact. Yeah, yeah. That Bisamawi in Najran, we have this. Yeah. That Bisamawi. Ah, okay. Very interesting. Oh, thank you for the addition. Thank you. There.
Thank you, Dr. Saeed. My question is similar to one of Professor Robin. It's the problem of the vocalization. You mentioned the term of the middle of the month, that is aqada, which you read as awqad. As you know, if the consonant was not there, if it was there, we could say awqad, but as if we don't have wa, it's aqada. I think it's better to say al-yaqid or al-waqid, especially that we have a cognate for this term in the pre-Islamic poetry. We have al-waqid as a kawkab. There is a poem. Luckily enough, we have the mu'jam of the Doha where we can read this material easily. It says, al-qa'idiyu al-khaylu li'ardi al-'ida wa daribin al-kawkab al-waqida. So we have already the name of a star that calls al-waqid that we can compare to yaqid, not al-awqad. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Professor Al-Said. Mine is not really a question, but just an observation. I want to thank you for the richness of the lexicon that is connected in the Danitic with the moon phases, which is surprising, at least from a South Arabian perspective. And concerning your question before, and we have also talked privately before, and haven't seen now all the material, it is possible that just one occurrence of the term ta'an, which is in that inscription connected with the month Athirت, could be in fact a loan word from the Danitic, because I have supposed that is indicating the second decade, as I have said to you before, but since it is just one occurrence for the moment, it could be in fact the Danitic loan word. So it is very interesting to have this connection, and thank you for the suggestion. It is important to note that that inscription in Minaik is on a stick, so it is interesting to have also this element. So thank you again.
thanks for these great lectures. I have just a little comment first to the Babylonian. I think it's very important to try to understand the transition, the roots, the way how from the Babylonian came to Arabic. In the Arabic tradition, they called Nisan and so on Ashhur al-Rumiyya. Yeah, but it seems to be that most of these months, they came first in Aramaic, Imperial Aramaic. And then the last phase is Syriac. So Nisan, Tammuz, and so on. This is, as I said, is important. It's the Aramaic. But there are some gates to the North Arabia, of course, the Nabatean, Palmyrani, and Hatra, and so on. It is somehow, all these months were adapted in the Levant, Hebrew, Phoenician, and so on. But possibly the road that came to Arabic is through, as you showed, the Nabatean. This is important. And then just for this, possibly we have to check that this Hamza, it is not Hamza, it is Alif Mamduda. The evidence should be checked in this case. Yeah. This is my comment.
Thank you for your addition. I don't have any. I agree with you that is a loan word from Dadanian maybe, because the relation between Mani and Dadanian is too close and many years. Regarding the Akad or Aukad, could be Akad, could be read Akad, but I likely I wanna read it maybe أوقد. تعرف هم يحذفوا حروف المد أوقد من الوقاد. وبالشعر العربي أيضا هناك يصفون القمر ويصفون الكواكب بالمتقد أو اتقد، يعني قد تكون كذا وقد تكون كذا، لكن ربما أقد أيضا، لا نعرف. شكرا. Thank you.
Munir, and if there are any questions for Ahmad Al-Jalat, I don't know if it's technically possible now.
شكرا دكتور سعيد للمعلومات القيمة والجديدة. فيما يتعلق بسؤال الأستاذ روبان، بما أن اسم الأشهر الأحيانية لا يوجد فيها ذو صيد كما هو الحال في جزيرة العرب، الأكثرية هي ذئب وليس ذو سماوي. السؤال طبعا هو طبعا سؤال ليس سؤال وتعليق، انه هل العلاقات بين التقويم اللحياني والتقويم العربي الجنوبي، يعني في اسماء مشتركه ولكن لا اعرف كيف تربط التقويم اللحياني مع التقويم على الاقل التقويم المعيني.
شكرا اخي منير، حقيقه هذا السؤال عميق جدا. قد نحتاج إلى مزيد من الأدلة لفهم تلك العلاقة أو الروابط بين أسماء أو نظام التقويم في العربي الجنوبي ونظام التقويم في العربي الشمالي. لكن الواضح الآن أن أسماء الأشهر مختلفة إلى حد ما. هناك كما الصيد، وأيضا تسمية بعض الأشهر بأسماء الآلهة نجدها أيضا مركبة مع أسماء الإعلام، كالاسم هرم، شهر هرم مركب مع اسم علم. قد تكون أسماء معبودات أيضا وظفت كأسماء، لكن يبدو أن النظام متشابه إلى حد ما، ولكن الأسماء والمسميات تختلف. الددنيون أو اللحيانيون أيضا قسموا الشهر، وهذا عجيب يعني حقيقة. قسموه بداية الشهر، منتصف الشهر، قبل منتصف الشهر، ثم آخر الشهر. قسموه بدقة متناهية، وهذا يعني أن هناك نظاما محددا يسير وفقه نظام التاريخ لديهم. شكرا.
So thank you. Are there any questions? No. So I think thank you again for all this fascinating communication and the rich material. And I don't know if Ahmad is still there. Thank you, Ahmad. And so I think, yeah. And I think it's the lunch break now until 2:15.
لو سمحت، كيف أحذف هذه؟ How to delete this? I want to delete this, please. This one, delete. Where is delete? Delete, 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 delete. Where is delete? No delete here. No, wait. This one.